Chapter 332. Yin Yu had wreaked havoc in the Tu family and killed countless strong martial artists of the Tu family. The fact that the Tu family did not hunt him down was already because they were afraid of the Empire of Darkness. Yin Yu had actually come knocking on their door. Su Yu asked, "Can't I?" The old man was in a dilemma for a moment, but he still clenched his teeth and memorized Su Yu's name. He then extended his hand and gave him a jade pendant. This is a Hao stone. After killing a demonic beast, it will automatically record the merit point. In the end, how much contribution you make will depend on the white stone. Don't lose it. The elder reminded as he threw the white stone over. Just as Su Yu was about to grab it, a cold snort came from the side. Wait. The old man looked over and saw that it was Huang Qishan. There was a trace of reverence on his face. He only had the abilities of an immortal level 1. However, Huang Qishan had the abilities of an immortal level 2 peak. It was rumored that he was once the sect leader of a force in the 100 Territories Alliance. Because of how ruthless they were and how they killed and burned countless people, they angered the surrounding powers and were destroyed by them. His sect was massacred, and he was the only one who managed to carve out a path of blood and barely escaped to Anua City, never to leave again. He was extremely famous in Anua City. On this trip, he had also participated in the demonic beast hunt and was currently looking for suitable companions. Su Yu was immortal level 1 peak. He was young and ignorant, and inexperienced. He easily became the best target. Is there a problem? The old man was rather respectful. Huang Qishan pointed at Su Yu. He does not have the right to participate in the demonic beast hunt. I suggest that we reject his participation. The elder was indignant. This was a matter of the Tu clan. An outsider dared to interfere. If it was any other time, he would have already been taught a lesson by his entire clan. However, at that very moment, they were in need of manpower. Especially a strong martial artist of immortal level 2 peak like Huang Qishan. How would they dare to neglect him? He is very strong. Why wouldn't he be suitable? The old man chuckled. Huang Qishan snorted. Very strong. He is only an immortal level 1 peak. When the beast tide comes, he will be the first to die. However, it doesn't matter if he dies. What if he implicates the nearby martial artists? Wouldn't that be harming others and ourselves? So, I strongly suggest that we refuse to allow him to participate. The old man was a little angry. He had already given Huang Qishan a lot of face. However, the other party did not know when to advance or retreat. With a cold expression, the old man said, "What if I agree?" Huang Qishan sneered, "Then, I can only apologize. For my own safety, I can only give up the competition." Huang Qishan slapped Hao Shi on the table with his palm. "There's no me or him. You choose." Everyone looked at each other. Had Huang Qishan gone mad? Was there a need to do this? The old man was stunned as well. When he came back to his senses, he secretly hated Huang Qishan to the point of gnashing his teeth. How could he get out of this situation? "Are you sure?" The old man gritted his teeth. Huang Qishan nodded. "That's right. Either he or I will participate. Only one of us can survive." The old man's expression changed several times. After a long time, he nodded angrily. "Fine. Since that's the case, this old man will fulfill your wish." While many people were shocked, the old man actually took back Huang Qi Mountain's Hao stone. This time, it was Huang Qishan's turn to be stunned. You chose him?" Huang Qishan couldn't believe it and couldn't accept the reality before him. The old man glanced at him from the corner of his eyes and threw Su Yu's white stone to him. "I wish you good luck." Su Yu nodded calmly, then turned around and left, waiting for the day of the beast tide. Wait. You're not allowed to leave. How could Huang Qishan accept this reality? Feeling the mocking gazes around him, he became even more furious. "What's the matter?" Su Yu calmly said. Huang Qishan was not satisfied. "Why did you choose him and not me?" The old man rolled his eyes. It's simple. You can't compare to him. I can't compare to him. Huang Qishan's eyes nearly popped out of their sockets. "Old thing, are you blind? I can't even compare to someone like him. The old man's face twitched, saying profoundly, I advise you to be more careful with your words. Don't let your mouth get you into trouble. That silver-haired youth was Palace Master Yin Yu. His abilities and status far surpassed Huang Qishan's. Him? Hehe, I want to see how impressive he is. Huang Qishan took a step forward, grabbing Su Yu's collar. A person like you who is here to make up the numbers dares to participate in the demonic beast hunt? I'll teach you how to respect others. His hand tried to grab Su Yu, but Su Yu did not even turn his head. Just as Huang Qishan was about to grab him, Su Yu casually extended a finger. Creak, purple arcs of lightning burst forth. The muscular Huang Qishan was sent flying 100 meters away like a thin piece of paper, crashing into the wall and spitting out a mouthful of blood. His expression was one of shock. A lightning-based immortal level technique would not be considered famous in the past. But recently, it represented a person's name. Ha ha ha, what an idiot. He didn't even recognize Palace Master Yin Yu, and he still has the face to teach others how to conduct themselves. I'm dying of laughter. Someone actually dared to attack Palace Master Yin Yu. Is he tired of living? The crowd of fighters, who were secretly watching the commotion, could not help but laugh. Some of the people who had participated in the auction had not left Anua City. They immediately recognized that the person Huang Qishan had found trouble with was the ferocious Palace Master Yin Yu. The auctioneer, Tu Minghua, was almost killed by Palace Master Yin Yu with a finger. Jiao Kang was almost killed as well. They were both Immortal Realm Level 2 peak, similar to Huang Qishan. They could see Huang Qishan's fate. The old man in charge of receiving them curled his lips into a mocking smile. He had intentionally avoided mentioning Palace Master Yin Yu's name, but it was not without purpose. What? You are Palace Master Yin Yu? Huang Qishan gasped, his face filled with shock. Su Yu looked at him indifferently. He could not be bothered with him, turning to leave. Under the mocking gazes of the crowd, Huang Qishan left dejectedly. However, he did not go far. Instead, he walked toward a nearby alley with a furious expression. Old man, you set me up. You knew that it was Palace Master Yin Yu. Why didn't you tell me? If I had known it was him, why would I have agreed to test his abilities? Huang Qishan pointed at an old man hidden in the darkness in the alley, cursing angrily. The old man calmly said, to be able to injure you, he must have the abilities of an Immortal Realm Level 3 lower tier. Luckily, I can take care of him personally. Huang Qishan was furious. Old man, did you hear what I said? In order to test his abilities, I created trouble without reason. Not only was I ridiculed, I was almost killed. I don't care. I will double the reward. The old man in the shadows slowly nodded. No problem. On this day next year, I will burn twice the amount of money for you. Creak, the old man did not move, but a bloody hole appeared on Huang Qishan's forehead. He died on the spot. Firstly, I do not like to haggle. Secondly, if you have no value, you can be abandoned. The old man clasped his hands behind his back, walking away from the alley. 20 miles away, Su Yu stood with his hands clasped behind his back, his crystalline eyes taking in the scene in the alley. Huang Qishan had caused trouble for no reason, using a ridiculous excuse to attack Su Yu. How could such actions be done by a former master of a faction? There was definitely a reason for this. After Su Yu left, he immediately hid far away, observing in secret. As expected, there was someone else behind him. Looking over, Su Yu's pupils shrank to the size of a needle, his gaze cold. It's you. Old man, you did not die. Chapter 333. This person was none other than Inspector Bai He, who wanted to kill Su Yu. At that time, Ling Hall took the initiative to use the divine weapon of the hall guarding divine weapon but was still unable to kill it. Su Yu suppressed his murderous intent with great difficulty, his eyes filled with coldness. His current strength was far from enough. Inspector by his cultivation level had been reduced to Immortal Realm Level 3 peak, but he was still not someone Su Yu could deal with. Old bastard, it's fine if you're struggling at death's door, but you actually dare to set your sights on me. I will remember this debt. Su Yu shouted coldly. Woo! A distant and desolate sound of a bugle horn resounded through the heavens. Hearing the news, a large number of martial artists quickly gathered at the east gate. Su Yu used his crystalline pupils to look out of the city, and he couldn't help but look grave. At the edge of the dark forest, tens of thousands of demonic beasts of various sizes and varying strengths rushed madly towards Anue City like a black tide. They were like hungry and thirsty ghosts that smelled the scent of humans and rushed over. What made Su Yu's pupils contract was that a small group of humans had escaped from the dark forest. They were cultivators who participated in the demonic beast hunt. Before the beast tide arrived, they would take the lives of small groups of demonic beasts and earn contribution points. When the beast tide suddenly attacked, they escaped from the forest with difficulty and ran for their lives towards Anue City. However, before they could even run 3 miles, they were swallowed by the beast tide. He didn't even have the time to scream before he died. On the city wall, many cultivators turned pale, unable to conceal the fear in their hearts. That's Wang Yuting's team, 1 Immortal Realm Level 2 lower tier and 5 Immortal Realm Level 1 lower tier. One of the fighters gasped. Demonic beasts were generally not strong. Ascension demonic beasts were extremely rare, and most of them had transformed into dragons. However, the difference in numbers between the two sides was too terrifying. So much so that they didn't even have the ability to resist before they were annihilated, and not even their corpses remained. In front of the beast tide, a person's martial strength was as pale as paper. As time passed, more and more beasts surged out of the dark forest. The entire horizon was filled with a pitch-black tide, like a tsunami pouncing towards Anue City. The atmosphere in the city suddenly became extremely tense. Countless warriors felt nervous and regretted joining in the hunt for demonic beasts. All martial artists in the city, heed my command. Since you have already accepted the reward order and are willing to kill the demon beasts, then during the battle preparation period, you are not allowed to run away, in case there is a loophole in the defense and others are implicated. All warriors will supervise each other. If anyone tries to escape, you can kill him on the spot. My 2 clan will also send out inspectors to patrol the area. Anyone who dares to escape will be killed without mercy. From a mysterious place in the city, murderous words filled the sky. It's clan leader too. That's great, he's finally shown himself. The martial artists were all excited. Anue City's number 1 expert, Tu Xie, with the abilities of an immortal level 5, his battle prowess was shocking. In the northern continent, there were only a few people who could rival him. His appearance inspired the martial artists and greatly increased their courage. Kill. Tu Xie was the first to let out a loud roar. From the clouds in the sky, a terrifyingly long spiritual energy shot out, piercing through the void and shooting towards the beast tide. Boom. The explosion sent a cloud of dust into the air, forming a mushroom cloud that was hundreds of meters tall. In the clouds, flames flashed, and countless demonic beasts were sent flying hundreds of feet high. After that, like black raindrops, they fell continuously, smashing into meat paste. At the moment of the explosion, the number of demonic beasts that were blasted into dust numbered in the 100. Su Yu's pupils dilated. This was the ability of an immortal level 5. There were only 5 levels in the immortal realm. The Anue City master, Tu Xie, had already cultivated to the peak of the immortal realm. With just one more step, he would be able to cross into that mysterious unknown realm. At the same time, Su Yu's mind inadvertently thought of the mysterious leader of the Blackwater Pirates. His abilities were comparable to Tu Xie's. Thinking back to how he had managed to survive in the hands of such a terrifying fighter, Su Yu felt fortunate. This move shook the hearts of the human race. It was too frightening. The legendary Tu clan leader, Tu Xie, actually had such terrifying abilities. But at the same time, this move gave the human race a huge boost in morale. Even Su Yu was a little more confident. Kill. Within the crowd, shouts of killing rose and fell. Figures flew out of the city, covering the sky and earth as they charged toward the demonic beasts. Su Yu stood on the city wall, his crystalline pupils scanning his surroundings. Even though there were many demonic beasts before him, their levels were not high. What Su Yu wanted to kill were at least immortal level 3 demonic beasts. Only then would he be able to gather 100,000 credits and request anything from the two family. But immortal realm demonic beasts were rare, much less immortal level 3 demonic beasts. Any immortal realm demonic beasts that appeared were swarmed by the rest of the fighters, snatching and killing them. Creak creak, suddenly, a shocking roar could be heard from within the dark forest. Looking over, it was a large group of flying beasts, flying toward them from the horizon. The expressions of the fighters in the city changed. There were only 20 of the flying beasts, but the weakest among them was an immortal level 1. There were 5 immortal level 2s, and the strongest was an immortal level 3 lower tier leader. Immortal level 2 demonic beasts were worth at least 1,000 credits. 5 of them were worth 5,000 credit. But the most valuable were the immortal level 3 demonic beasts. They were worth 10,000 credit. Su Yu's expression changed. Without hesitation, his figure flickered, disappearing from his original spot. Only after some time did the rest of the fighters see the situation of the flying beasts clearly. Immortal level 3 demonic beasts, a group of fighters exclaimed. An immortal level 3 demonic beast that could be exchanged for a complete immortal level technique. Furthermore, it was the weakest lower tier among the immortal level 3s. How could they miss such a heaven-sent opportunity? Whoosh whoosh whoosh, in an instant, over 1,000 fighters chased after them. Among them, there was no lack of immortal level 3 existences like Su Yu. But they were still a step behind Su Yu. When they were still 10 miles away, Su Yu had already charged into the group of flying beasts. Tribulation of ice and thunder. Su Yu pointed toward the sky, a purple thunder dragon roaring as it descended. With a series of pathetic cries, 10 immortal level 1 demonic beasts were turned to dust. Almost at the same time as the thunder struck, Su Yu shot out 4 bolts of spirit energy, killing the remaining 4 immortal level 1 demonic beasts. At this point, 14 immortal level 1 demonic beasts were all in Su Yu's possession. He could exchange them for 1,400 credit. Thunder Star Finger. But Su Yu did not stop. He turned and chased after the other 6 demonic beasts that were fleeing in fear. The 5 immortal level 2 demonic beasts were slower, hence they did not manage to escape. But the immortal level 3 demonic beasts not only had a higher cultivation level than Su Yu, they were also flying beasts, their movement technique superior. In that moment of delay, they had flown 10 miles away. Seeing that he was about to miss the opportunity, Su Yu made a prompt decision. His left eye shot out a red glow, space transportation. Creak, the immortal level 3 demonic beast that was flying quickly let out a sharp cry, then was forcefully pulled back to within 30 feet of Su Yu. Chirp, sensing danger, the immortal level 3 flying beast let out a sharp cry, spitting out a sound wave attack. At such a close distance, Su Yu could not defend against it. Creak, Su Yu used his Thunderstar Finger, the destructive power of the explosion negating half of the sound wave. But the rebound caused Su Yu's blood to boil, forcing him to take a few steps back. The power of the Thunderstar Finger was enough to deal with immortal level 2 peak, but it was far from enough for a level 3. Taking a deep breath, Su Yu condensed a sound wave in his mouth, intending to use the Buddhist saint's 8 characters to kill the beast. But just as he was about to succeed, a familiar evil laugh entered his ears. "Haha, you have worked hard, Palace Master Yin Yu. Leave the rest of the matters to me. I am more suitable to slay demons. You just have to watch from the side." It was the two clans' young master, chasing after Su Yu amidst the crowd. He had arrived earlier than everyone else, but neither too early nor too late. He only attacked when Su Yu had expended his energy to move him back. "You dare." Su Yu's expression turned cold, his killing intent surging. Chapter 334. Hehe, do you think this is the Empire of Darkness? Apart from your identity, you are only left with the right to howl. The two clans' young master laughed coldly and pointed at the leader of the birds. This was Anue City, the territory of the two clan. To them, a mere deputy palace master was indeed not worth mentioning. Buddhist saints 8 characters. Lin. Su Yu gave a low grunt. Roar, the roar that affected the spiritual chi of heaven and earth was like a great pressure from the heavens. The two clans' young master, who had a cold smile on his face, was about to attack the leader of the Flying Eagles when he was instantly enveloped by the power of the world. His entire body stiffened. After breaking through to Immortal Realm Level 2 upper tier, even though it was still a legendary level technique, its power was naturally incomparable. Rumble, the sound waves that swept out in all directions were almost tangible, and they set off layers of ripples in the void. The momentum was magnificent, like a landslide. The pupils of the two clans' young master dilated. This level of power had already reached his level. Item control spell. At the critical moment, the two clans' young master gave a loud shout. Green light burst forth from his body, and 9 small knives actually flew out from his body. What was shocking was that every single knife was a low-grade divine artifact. A total of 9 low-tiered god weapons. Furthermore, they were controlled by the two clans' young master at will. As expected of the two clans' young master, he actually possessed 9 soul recognition divine weapons. In terms of cultivation, he was almost invincible among those of the same level. The 9 small knives turned into 9 wisps of broken threads and disappeared. Kylar, suddenly, a gap was cut open in the sound waves that filled the sky. A small knife appeared and was blown away by the sound wave. Then, the other 8 swords cut through the sound wave one after another. The sound wave ripples in the sky were cut into pieces. Swish, swish as the 9 daggers flew back, the two clans' young master's face was filled with a solemn expression. Even though he had successfully neutralized Su Yu's attack, he was still in disbelief. In less than half a month's time, Palace Master Yin Yu, who was severely injured and on the verge of death in front of him and had no way to retaliate, could actually fight him to a draw. Such a reality really struck him hard. The Vice Palace Master that he looked down upon had the qualifications to stand shoulder to shoulder with him. Su Yu's eyes were cold. If you want to touch my credit, you have to ask me first. While the two of them were fighting, the bird nimbly fled and disappeared into the horizon. Neither of them got it. The young master of the two clans stared at the leader of the flying beasts, his expression gloomy. The credit that was in their hands was snatched away by someone else. As the young master of the two clan, in the future, everything in the two clan would belong to him. To him, contributions were not important. However, the most important thing was that the return of Tu Long, the former young master, caused the clan members to have different thoughts. If he didn't frighten them as soon as possible, it would be more or less troublesome. Therefore, establishing his authority in the Beast Tide was the best way for him. If he could obtain first place and suppress all the heroes, no one would be able to say anything about it. Palace Master Yin Yu. Let me give you a word of advice. You'd better not meddle in my business, or else. The two clans' young master revealed a deep fear in his eyes. Hua Zhilan and Zi Yunxiang had already returned. If Palace Master Yin Yu was in the Anua city, it would be difficult for him to escape responsibility if anything were to happen to him. At that time, the Empire of Darkness would condemn them, and the two clan would not be able to bear it. At the very least, now was not the time to fight the Empire of Darkness head-on. Su Yu laughed instead. Who was the one who meddled in my business just now? When it's your turn, you threaten others not to meddle in other people's business. I'm sorry, but I'm going to meddle in your business. Enough is enough. The two clans' young master was furious. He regretted provoking Su Yu earlier. Chirp! At this moment, a sharp cry could be heard from the sky far away. There were 3 Immortal Realm Level 3 demonic beasts. One of them was the flying beast that had escaped just now. The other 2 were reinforcements. One of them was Immortal Realm Level 3 10%. The other was upper tier. The expression of the two clans' young master changed, joy filling his eyes. How rare were Immortal Realm Level 3 demonic beasts. 3 of them had appeared in one go. They were prepared for him. Most importantly, the abilities of the 3 demonic beasts were within the range that he could handle. However, Su Yu's reaction was even faster. At the moment the cry was heard, Su Yu revolved his crystalline pupils, discovered the presence of the demonic beasts, and quickly chased after them. The expression of the two clans' young master turned cold. He clenched his teeth and chased after Su Yu. You have no right to snatch my contributions. But Su Yu ignored him, gradually closing in on him at an extremely fast speed. Unfortunately, the two clans' young master had an absolute advantage in terms of cultivation level. With the support of his frightening spirit energy, his movement techniques far surpassed Su Yu's. The distance between the two of them shortened at a speed that could be seen by the naked eye. A mocking smile appeared on his lips. "Looks like you still need to cultivate a movement technique in order to keep up with me." Su Yu's expression was calm. One could not tell whether he was happy or angry. He continued to chase at full speed. Creak. Finally, the two clans' young master caught up to Su Yu easily. "Hee, your contributions are mine. My contributions are still mine." The two clans' young master turned his head and laughed coldly. At this moment, he had already charged within 1,000 feet of the demonic beast. With his abilities, the 3 demonic beasts were his. But the two clans' young master's expression turned serious when he turned his head. Su Yu's figure was not behind him. Su Yu, who had been overtaken by him, did not advance. Instead, he retreated a mile. His speed was more than 3 times faster than when he was chasing Su Yu. "Two clans' young master, since you are so stubborn about them, I will naturally give them up." Su Yu flew 3 miles away, a mocking smile on his face. Not good. The two clans' young master thought quickly, realizing that something was amiss. How could a tyrannical person like Su Yu, who did not give in, give up so easily? Crack. At this moment, within a 5-mile radius, the spirit energy of the universe moved violently. An extremely cold chill descended from the heavens, as if it was the Milky Way. Crack. Enveloped by the chill, the earth turned into ice in an instant. Flowers, trees, insects, fishes, birds, beasts, and even the 3 immortal realm level 3 demonic beasts, including the peak demonic beast, turned into ice sculptures in an instant. Raising his head to look up, he saw a sparkling and translucent giant bird that looked like an ice sculpture soaring in the sky. As it flapped its wings, a frightening chill that could freeze the heavens was released. Even though the two clans' young master managed to react, he could not escape the chill. His entire body was covered in ice at once, and his life force was sucked away at a shocking speed. Even though he had the ability to control 9 divine artifacts, his life ended in an instant. The fighters who were chasing him stopped in their tracks, their eyes filled with fear. That is, an immortal realm level 4 demonic beast. Immortal realm level 4. In the North Continent, it was a legendary level. In the North Continent, there were not many people who could match an immortal realm level 4. According to historical records, the strongest in the beast tide was an immortal realm level 3 peak. That was the limit. This time around, a demonic beast king, an immortal realm level 4 existence, had appeared. It was rumored that when one reached immortal realm level 4, their intelligence was extremely high, not much lower than that of a human. It was also rumored that they were very close to breaking through a certain limit and being able to speak the human language. Escape quickly. The fighters were in an uproar. Their boiling blood was instantly covered by a layer of ice. In front of an immortal realm level 4, they could only wait to be killed. Chirp. The 9th heaven icebird had a human-like expression of disdain, opening its mouth to let out a sharp cry. The moment it opened its mouth, an earth-shattering cold energy spread in all directions. Within a 10-mile radius, the temperature was 10 times colder. Many fighters with low cultivation bases had their spirit energy stagnant, losing their ability to fly. They fell from the sky as they screamed. They were either crushed to death or turned into food for the beast tide. In an instant, there were over 100 casualties. Such a frightening power caused the fighters of the human race to completely lose their will to fight. The fire cloud seal between Su Yu's brows released cold energy, merging his body with the cold. Even so, Su Yu felt extremely cold. This is Immortal Realm Level 4. It is a completely different world compared to Immortal Realm Level 3. Su Yu was shocked. Even though the difference in abilities between the realms before Immortal Realm Level 3 was great, it was not too hopeless. But the abilities of Immortal Realm Level 3, Immortal Realm Level 4, and Immortal Realm Level 5 had already exceeded the limits of a fighter. They were similar to deities. What kind of realm was there after the Immortal Realm? Was that the realm of deities? At this moment, The ice bird lowered its head to look at the two clans' young master, whose life force was quickly disappearing. Without a doubt, it was setting up a trap. The three immortal realm level 3 birds were merely a trap for it to attract the fighters of the human race, so that it could kill them in one strike. When Su Yu revolved his crystalline pupils, he discovered the existence of this terrifying king. In order to lure the two clans' young master into a trap, it had pretended to compete. This caused the two clans' young master to be careless, charging into the center of the ambush. His life force was already more than half gone. A mere beast dares to be so arrogant. At this moment, a loud and mighty voice could be heard from within Anua City. Accompanying the voice was a 10,000 jong long spirit energy. It was like an exceptional sharp arrow, piercing through the sky and shooting toward the ice bird. The mocking expression in the giant bird's eyes turned serious at once. It let out a shrill cry, turning to escape. Rumble, but the 10,000 jong spirit energy was too fast, and its power was too strong. As a demonic beast king, it was pierced through in the sky. Transparent blood sprayed into the sky, and it let out a pathetic cry. Its huge body was like a mountain as it fell diagonally towards the sky. The humans who were fleeing in fear sucked in a breath of cold air. One strike had killed the demonic beast king, leaving it half dead. Furthermore, it had not shown itself. Su Yu's pupils turned serious, his heart shaking. Was this an immortal realm level 5? Such a terrifying immortal realm level 4 demonic beast had been killed half dead on the spot. The most important thing was that the person who had attacked had only struck casually. Chirp. At this moment, the ice bird, which was about to fall, struggled for a moment, then flew back into the sky with difficulty, flying toward the horizon. You want to leave? A booming voice came from Anua City. Puff. An unforgettable scene appeared. The giant bird, which had clearly flown over 20 miles away, suddenly exploded like a water bag that had burst open. It exploded in the air and died. The Anua City master had such terrifying strength. Everyone's hair stood on end. Before he even arrived, he could kill someone dozens of miles away. If he had killing intent in his heart, the life and death of everyone here would be in his hand. Crack. At this moment, the cold air on the body of the two clans' young master dissipated. His face was pale, and his entire body was ice cold as he fell from the sky. A wisp of majestic spiritual energy flew out from the city and swept the two clans' young master back. Everyone was unable to calm down for a long time. Clan leader 2, the strength of the Anua City master is too terrifying. Then, was he really a human warrior? At this moment, a sharp gaze shot out from the city. Wherever it passed, the sky trembled and spiritual energy surged. A single gaze was able to trigger the great power of heaven and earth. What kind of strength was this? The gaze was directed at none other than Su Yu. A raspy but cold voice came from the city. Palace Master Yin Yu, who plotted to harm the two clans' young master, do you still have me in your eyes? In that moment, the universe was silent. Everyone held their breaths, not daring to breathe too loudly. Even the beast tide seemed to freeze at this moment. Su Yu did not know what to say. He did not have time to write today. He had promised to only write one chapter at 5. Also, he would be extremely busy tomorrow. He would leave at 6 in the morning and only return at 7 or 8 in the evening. He would not be able to write much. He did not explain anything. He had indeed broken his promise this time and did not write 5 chapters. He would only be free the day after tomorrow to write more chapters for everyone. He had not missed the chapters that he had missed in the past. This time was no exception. He would write more chapters the day after tomorrow, the day after tomorrow, and the day after tomorrow as compensation. Chapter 335. Bolts of oppressive murderous intents came from the sky. With such a powerful force, he could kill Su Yu with a single thought. The fighters of the hunting beasts did not dare to breathe, staring at Su Yu, who was floating in the air. Many people were secretly worried for Su Yu. But what was shocking was that Su Yu's expression was calm. He turned to look at the center of the city. Since you saw everything that happened between me and him, why did you not show yourself earlier? Why did you not speak when I was unprepared and tried to take my credit? Why did you not speak when you tried to injure me? As the master of the two clan, As the master of the Anua city, does this mean that you can take the credit of others by any means necessary? Does this mean that you can kill others in the process of killing demonic beasts without restraint? The Anua city master would definitely not allow things like killing each other for credit. Internal strife was a taboo in the face of a great enemy. The Anua city master naturally understood this as he wanted to defend against the beast tide. If the Anua city master opened his mouth, the consequences would be dire. The center of the city was silent for a moment. The crowd was nervous. Then, a cold voice could be heard, "My son was in the wrong verse." The crowd gasped. The Anua city master was forced to lower his head in front of everyone, but the Anua city master did not finish his sentence. "But you are also guilty of plotting against my son to enter the city." They had both harmed others. The two clans' young master was in the wrong, but Suyu was guilty. Suyu laughed coldly. He was greedy for credit, fighting for fame and fortune. He did not see the situation clearly and fell into the trap. What does that have to do with me? May I ask, where did I get the obligation to remind him of the danger ahead? Let's not talk about the fact that he wanted to kill me. Furthermore, who is he to me? A friend, or a benefactor? If you think that not repaying evil with good is a great crime, please set an example for the Anua city master. Didn't I injure many people of the two clan? Since that is the case, why don't you personally repay good with evil, write off the grudge, and give me some benefits? If you can't do it yourself, yet you force others to repay kindness with evil. Not being able to do it is a sin. Aren't you being too ridiculous? The tit-for-tat exchange of words made the crowd of martial artists secretly click their tongues. Indeed, Palace Master Yin Yu had intentionally concealed the existence of danger and was suspected of harming the two clans' young master. However, his explanation was extremely reasonable. The two clans' young master could not discover the danger himself. Suyu's warning was an act of kindness. He could not be blamed for not warning him. After all, not only did the two clans' young master not have any friendship with Suyu, but they also had a deep grudge against each other. Moreover, the two clans' young master had wanted to kill Suyu just now. Under such circumstances, there was naturally no need to remind him. The Dark Moon City was silent for a moment. Then, the other party's cold reply came, "What a sharp tongue. But, so what? My son almost died because of you. This is a fact that cannot be refuted. So, you are guilty. For the sake of fairness, the two of you will each receive a finger strike from me as punishment." Without any explanation, the Anua city master shot out two streams of spiritual energy. One of them was shot toward the two clans' young master, who was brought back into the city, while the other was shot toward Suyu. The power of the finger shot toward Suyu surpassed that of Immortal Realm Level 3 upper tier and was close to peak. Although such an attack could not kill Suyu, it could severely injure him. Think about it, how tragic would it be to be seriously injured in a beast tide? This was no different from killing Suyu. The only difference was that Suyu had died indirectly by his hands. The Empire of Darkness might not find trouble with him. On the other hand, the spiritual energy shot toward the two clans' young master was only a fifth of Suyu's. With the strength of his body, it would merely cause him some pain. He is already injured. The punishment will be reduced accordingly. This is a fair action. You need not take it to heart. The Anua city master leisurely said. Suyu laughed angrily. He was clearly trying to kill him, but he kept telling him not to take it to heart, that this was a fair punishment for him. Scram. If you want to kill me, do it openly. Do you think you are worthy of being the master of a clan without the guts? Suyu let out a long, angry laugh. As long as the Empire of Darkness existed, the two clans' young master could not take the risk and kill Suyu in front of everyone. Thus, he could only use some sneaky tricks. Whoosh, a dim light glowed in his robes, and a silver bow appeared in his hands. Open. Clenching his teeth and letting out a low roar, Suyu pulled open the Mountain River Dragon bow with all his might. An arrow of spiritual energy the size of a thumb was faintly discernible on the 1-inch arc. Whoosh, releasing his finger, the arrow pierced through the sky, heading straight for the young master's spiritual energy. The Anua city master, who had been calm the entire time, finally let out a cold voice that caused the air to freeze. Damn it. You actually managed to refine a portion of this bow. This bow was something he had promised to give to Han Jianglin. Now that it had been refined by Su Yu, it would be troublesome to take it back. Creak, the spiritual energy collided with the arrow, creating waves of clouds. The swirling energy created a whirlwind on the ground. Dozens of demonic beasts were killed in the air, their blood flying everywhere. The surrounding fighters were shocked, retreating in a hurry. That is the power of the Mountain River Dragon Bow? A casual attack can unleash the power of an immortal realm level 3 upper tier? The crowd was shocked. Su Yu stood in the air, looking down with a cold gaze. As he laughed, his white teeth glowed with a cold light. If I wanted to kill your son, would he still be alive for you to save? This attack undoubtedly proved that it was enough to kill the two clans' young master. In the exchange just now, Su Yu had the ability to kill the two clans' young master. But he only has this one chance. If he meets me again, kill him. After saying this, Su Yu turned and shot into the depths of the dark forest. He had originally planned to obtain first place in the demonic beast hunt using fair and square methods, fulfilling a promise and asking for the two clans' young master. Looking at it now, with the Anue City Master's character, even if he obtained first place according to the rules, he would not be able to do so. Since he could not do it openly, he could only do it in the dark. I am punishing you. You dared to resist, and that is an additional crime. Now, you still dare to flee before the battle. Could it be that you have forgotten what this city lord said before? An indifferent voice sounded from within the Anue city. Anyone who escapes before the battle will be killed. Su Yu could not help but laugh. Staying behind and accepting the punishment would mean death. Giving up on the demonic beast hunt would still mean death. No matter what, the Anue City Master would not allow Su Yu to leave alive. Then try killing me. Su Yu let out a cold laugh. If the Anue City Master really had the guts to kill him, with his abilities that could kill an immortal realm level 4 demonic beast king with a thought, why would he waste time with Su Yu? When did I say that I would kill you? But a heavy punishment is unavoidable. The Anue City Master tried to argue. Following this, a spirit energy with power equivalent to that of an immortal realm level 3 peak pierced through the sky, attacking. Seeing that the spirit energy was about to kill Su Yu's eyes glowed coldly, open. Another arrow of spiritual energy drew a frightening line in the air. Rumble, the deafening explosion was much louder than the previous one. The collision of the two halves cancelled out most of the spirit energy. The remaining spirit energy swept toward Su Yu. Time control. At the critical moment, Su Yu sped up time, his movement technique becoming 3 times faster. With a flash, he moved several miles diagonally, narrowly deviating from his original path. Following this, he shot toward the horizon without hesitation. In the blink of an eye, he disappeared without a trace. Su Yu had successfully escaped. The Anue City Master wanted to give chase, but the beast tide was imminent. How could he be distracted? Dozens of miles away, Su Yu stopped, his eyes glowing coldly. "Two Clan Master, I will definitely take revenge." But with a flash of intelligence, Su Yu flew to the ground, silently heading back. Chapter 336. The ground was covered in pieces of flesh, emitting a shocking coldness. Everything within a 1-mile radius had turned into a world of ice and snow. Many of the living creatures still looked the way they were when they were alive. It could be seen how quickly they were frozen. They could not even react in time. Hiss, so cold. Su Yu gasped. The fire cloud mark on his forehead was like a clump of flame, pulsing continuously. Looking at the scattered limbs, Su Yu was shocked. As expected of an immortal realm level 4 demonic beast. The spirit energy in its blood is incomparable to normal demonic beasts. Just now, it was this demonic beast that had nearly wiped out the human martial artists. If not for the Anue City Master, the Anue City would have been destroyed in the blink of an eye. If I absorb the cold energy in the blood, I wonder how much the cold energy in my body will grow. Su Yu's eyes were filled with anticipation. Ever since the incredible ice lake, Su Yu had not had the chance to encounter a stronger cold energy. The blood of the demonic beast in front of him was one of the strongest he had ever seen. If he could use it for himself. With a flash of his figure, Suyu approached a drop of blood on the ground. The blood was crystalline, as clear as a gem. It did not contain any impurities. But the stone below the blood had been frozen into granules. It was only because of the existence of the cold energy that it was barely preserved. When he was 10 feet away, Suyu's body was covered in white frost. Taking a step forward, Suyu's muscles felt a sharp pain. The cold energy was like needles stabbing into his flesh. With a grunt, Suyu clenched his teeth, grabbing it. Crack! At once, Suyu's body was covered in ice, turning rigid on the spot. The life force of his body was being devoured quickly. Even his soul was feeling cold. His vision became blurry, his consciousness frozen. A drop of blood contained such terrifying power. At this moment, the fire cloud mark on his forehead pulsed rapidly, taking in a large amount of cold energy. Suyu's icy heart core was also beating crazily. The ice on his body gradually melted, releasing layers of white fog. It was like a fairyland. Suyu was only released from his frozen state after an hour. Whoosh! His body trembled. Suyu took a few deep breaths. His face was flushed, his eyes fearful. What a terrifying cold energy. A drop of blood is enough to freeze me to death. Although he was somewhat confident that he could refine a drop of essence blood, it was still incredibly dangerous. His life had been hanging by a thread earlier. However, the harvest was not small. The fire cloud mark between Suyu's eyebrows changed from the initial fiery red to crimson and crystal. It looked like a two-colored flame, which was extremely peculiar. At the same time, the chilly energy within Suyu's body had increased by more than 3 times. Between breaths, he released a deathly cold chi. However, it was still not enough. His figure flickered, and Suyu wandered within a radius of 10 miles. It took him several hours to collect all the blood that he could. Sitting cross-legged in a tree hole, Suyu held a bottle of bone-piercingly cold jade box in his hand. His face was full of regret. Most of the frigid chi has been shattered by the Anua city master. Only 9 drops of blood essence remain. Time was of the essence, so Suyu swallowed a drop on the spot. His body was once again covered by the chilly energy. Although it was not as dangerous as before, it still froze most of Suyu's life force. After absorbing the cold energy, Suyu rested for a while. He then bit his teeth and continued to absorb the cold energy. Half a day passed. With Suyu as the center, the area within a 10-mile radius was engulfed by a terrifying cold energy. Even the beast tide had to take a detour. Those who barged in were all frozen into ice. Crack! Suddenly, a white cold current headed in the direction of Anua city like a tsunami. All the plants and trees within a radius of 10 miles were frozen into a patch of white ice. Looking from afar, it looked like a frozen wave, extremely spectacular. At the source of the wave, under a tree, a youth covered in ice slowly opened his eyes. His black pupils were like a pair of sparkling and translucent ice beads, releasing an endless cold glow. Whoosh! Suyu let out a long breath. The white cold energy covered the entire area. With my limit, I can only absorb 8 drops. Looking at the single drop of blood essence in the jade bottle, Suyu had a surprised expression. His body and soul had already reached the limit of what the cold energy could endure. If he continued to absorb it, his body would explode and he would die. Carefully keeping the blood essence, Suyu was extremely satisfied with the effects of the cold blood essence. In terms of cold energy, a casual breath from him was enough to freeze an Immortal Realm Level 2 fighter into an ice sculpture on the spot. Using his full power, even an Immortal Realm Level 3 peak would have to retreat. His abilities could be said to have risen to a whole new level. Furthermore, the powerful energy within the blood essence had unexpectedly allowed Suyu's cultivation level to break through to Immortal Realm Level 2 peak. He was only a short distance away from Immortal Realm Level 3. Slowly standing up, Suyu's gaze shot toward Anua city. I hope that you will not make me start a massacre. Whoosh! With a flash of white light, Suyu turned into a ball of ice, disappearing without a trace. Anua city. The beast tide was endless, the fighters fighting back with all their might. In front of the city, There were countless corpses of demonic beasts. More than 20% of the human fighters had died. The remaining humans were all severely exhausted, their spirit energy and stamina exhausted. The beast tide this time around was far more strange than before. Not only was it half a month earlier than expected, its scale was 5 times larger than before. At the same time, the demonic beast king had appeared, an immortal realm level 4 demonic beast that had never appeared before. The strangest thing was that in the past, the beast tide was a phenomenon where the demonic beasts were overly frightened, spreading toward the humans. It usually only lasted for a short period of time. But this time around, it lasted for an entire day, with no signs of stopping. Large groups of demonic beasts surged out from the center of the Forest of Darkness. Furthermore, their abilities were getting stronger. Powerful immortal realm level 3 demonic beasts had appeared one after another. There were even immortal realm level 3 peaks, existences that were close to the demonic beast king. Even though the Anua city master was overseeing things, killing them in time to prevent a large number of casualties. But he was ultimately only one person, while there were billions of demonic beasts. It was impossible to kill all of them. Many fighters had already decided to retreat. If not for a few deserters being killed on the spot, shocking the people, the human race would have collapsed long ago. If this continues, another demonic beast king might appear. In the two clans' room. The two clans' young master clutched his injured abdomen, speaking seriously. In front of him was the two clan master overseeing the center of the city. The Anua city master was the strongest fighter in Anua city. At this moment, the Anua city master wore a worried expression. The demonic beast king is not scary. What is scary is the cause of this beast tide. What happened deep within the Forest of Darkness to trigger such an abnormal beast tide? I am worried that a huge change has occurred deep within the Forest of Darkness. The two clans' young master said doubtfully, "Father, are you worried that there is an unknown danger to Anua city? We might not be able to protect Anua city." Shaking his head, the Anua city master said solemnly, "Our great plan is about to succeed. Anua city is already insignificant. Even if we lose it, it will not affect the two clan greatly." Chapter 337. The expression of the two clans' young master turned cold, and he said in a low voice, "If that is the case, then this is the fate of the two clan. But, father, maybe you are too worried. If the plan succeeds, the two family will receive endless benefit. Moreover, I can even cut off the head of Palace Master Yin Yu personally." The Anua city master thought for a long time, "Maybe I am overthinking. But after this, I will need to personally investigate the Dark Forest." The two clans' young master creased his brows. Why not ask some of the powerhouses in the Dark Forest directly? After all, the two clan is not the only one in the Dark Forest. There are also some small and medium-sized human powerhouses that have taken root in the Dark Forest. They might know something. But the Anua city master shook his head. It is useless. The beast tide this time around is so fast and powerful. I am afraid that those small and medium-sized powerhouses have no chance of surviving. But father, isn't there a being called the Wu clan? It is said that this clan is the strongest among the small and medium-sized powerhouses. Moreover, they are extremely close to the depths of the Dark Forest. Perhaps they are still alive and know the details. Wu clan. The Anua city master creased his brows, and his expression turned serious. This Wu clan is too mysterious. A few hundred years ago, they were only a small clan of 2 people. Now, they have grown strong and have over 100 people. It is not normal for them to be able to grow strong so quickly in the depths of the Dark Forest with such abilities. There must be a terrifying being behind them. It is not without reason that I have been unwilling to come into contact with them all these years. The Anua city master was actually afraid of the Wu clan. With regards to this, the two clans' young master deeply agreed. The Wu clan is indeed a little too mysterious. Luckily, my two clans' ambitions are not in the desolate Dark Forest. Otherwise, with such a threat from the Wu clan, we would have eliminated them long ago. Alright, you do not need to concern yourself with this matter. Rest well. I am afraid that I will have to show myself this time around. A terrifying aura came from outside. The Arnue city master's expression changed slightly. The two clans' young master was shocked. The demonic beast king has appeared again. Another immortal realm level 4 demonic beast had appeared. It was shocking. No, this time around, there are 9 of them. The Arnue city master creased his brows, his eyes filled with surprise. 9. The two clans' young master gasped. The beast tide this time around was so strange that it was terrifying. Whoosh, the Arnue city master left the city for the first time and appeared at the front lines. Even if it was him, he would have to take the 9-headed beast king seriously. The two clans' young master stood on the spot and pondered for a moment. With a nervous expression, he asked, "Housekeeper, have you prepared all the important items of the clan?" As a precaution, the two clan had already packed their luggage. Reporting to young master, the preparations have already been made. The clansmen and important items have already been prepared and can be moved at any time. It's just that. The butler hesitated. It's just that, how should we deal with Dragon Slayer? He's still in prison. Slaying a dragon? A wisp of baleful aura appeared at the tip of the two clans' young master's brows. As expected, once Tu Long returned, there were some rumors in the clan that Tu Long was reappointed as the young master. In terms of intelligence and talent in cultivation, Tu Long, as the eldest brother, was far above his younger brother. He was more suited to manage the Tu family. However, Tu Long had given up his identity as a clansman, so he couldn't do much. In the end, his punishment was to be imprisoned in the underground water dungeon forever, never to step out of it. A cold light surrounded the eyes of the two clans' young master. A trace of killing intent appeared at the corner of his mouth. "I will handle it myself. All of you, back down." To prevent any accidents from happening, he had to get rid of Tu Long as soon as possible to avoid a huge problem. Neither the young clan leader nor the Arnue city lord were aware that a transparent soul was standing beside them, listening to everything that was happening. Whoosh, outside the yard of the Tu clan. In a patch of dry grass, a lifeless body suddenly opened its eyes. Suyu was surprised. "Wu clan? What kind of clan is that? What is the great plan that the Tu clan mentioned? What are they planning to do?" However, he had no time to ask. Suyu immediately entered the Tu clan, heading toward the dungeon. In the dungeon, there was a water dungeon, specially used to imprison criminals. Tu Long's limbs were wrapped in thick chains, and he was sealed in a pool of water that reached his waist. Thud, 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 the two clans' young master arrived. He had a cold expression, standing with his hands behind his back in front of the water dungeon. Hearing the commotion, Tu Long raised his head with difficulty. His eyes were dry and lifeless, but he still wore a self-deprecating smile. "You must be here to send me off." How could he not know that this was his fate? It was impossible for the young master to allow him to live. The two clans' young master sneered. "Killing you is exactly what those old fellows who supported you wanted. They want to take the opportunity to make things difficult for me." It was obvious that if Tu Long died, who would benefit the most? It was naturally the young master. Anyone with a brain would be able to guess who did it. The two clans' young master would not do such a thing. "Hehe, you will not look for me to reminisce about the past." Tu Long let out a cold laugh. The two clans' young master wore a mocking smile. "I won't take your life. However, I can still make you wish you were dead." "Men, cripple his dantian." "What?" Tu Long's pupils dilated, laughing mockingly. "As the young master, you are really bold. I will be imprisoned in the water dungeon forever, never to leave. Under such circumstances, you are actually worried that my cultivation level will affect you. You do not dare to kill me, but you are fearful of my existence. This is the future young master of the Tu clan? Haha, you're really carved from the same mold as your father. Your way of doing things is exactly the same. Hiding your head and showing your tail, cowardly rats." Saying this, Tu Long's heart was filled with self-mockery. He thought that he had turned over a new leaf. However, he did not expect that there would be no place for him in the Tu family. Furthermore, he did not hesitate to kneel down and beg for mercy for his clansmen. What he got in return was ingratitude. As his uncle, the clan master completely ignored his intention to kneel down and insisted on punishing him severely. imprisoning him in the water dungeon for life. You are indeed a born rebel. What is the meaning of maliciously slandering the clan master and the young master? You do not have any feelings for the two clan at all. From what I see, your so-called kneeling down and begging for mercy for Tu Minghua is merely an act of self-sacrifice for the sake of Palace Master Yin Yu. Tu Long laughed angrily. They wanted to cripple his cultivation level, yet they did not allow him to have any complaints. Once he did, it meant that he had ulterior motives. If you want to cripple me, just cripple me. Why do you have to find so many reasons to make yourself seem so righteous? There is no such thing as good or evil in this world. Seeking benefits and avoiding harm is the instinct of all living beings. Is there a need to hide? The two clans' young master stood with his hands behind his back, his expression indifferent. For a disloyal and unjust person like you, in order to prevent you from escaping in the future and harming our clansmen, it is better for me to cripple your cultivation level. Someone, cripple my cultivation level. At this moment, a figure appeared silently. You want to cripple my cultivation level? I will grant you your wish. A lock of silver hair fluttered in the wind. Su Yu was like a ghost, standing behind the two clans' young master. His eyes were filled with a cold glow, emitting an exceptional cold glow. The two clans' young master's body trembled, his head turning stiffly. What entered his eyes was Su Yu's face. Long time no see, two clans' young master. I once told your father that if I were to see you again, I would take your life. I was exhausted the previous day. I went to sleep after bathing and did not update. I am sorry, everyone. Chapter 338. It's you. You actually dared to barge into the two clan? The two clans' young master's throat was dry. How could he have expected Su Yu to take the risk and sneak into the two clan? Unexpectedly, Su Yu tapped his back with one finger, his other hand pulling out a cracked copper bell from the two clans' young master's sleeves. This was the Imperial Spirit copper bell. Once it was broken, the owner of the other bell would be notified. The copper bell had been broken, and the emergency signal for reinforcements had been sent. His conversation with Su Yu was to stall Su Yu and wait for reinforcement. Trying to stall for time? Haha, young master, this little trick is not enough to deal with me. Su Yu exerted force with his fingers. You should die in peace. Creak, a powerful spirit energy pierced through the young master's back, his dantian, and exited from his abdomen, leaving a bloody hole behind. As he cried out in pain, the two clans' young master's dantian was broken, his spirit energy leaking. He would never be able to cultivate again. My dantian. The two clans' young master was shocked, unable to accept this reality. In the world of fighters, in a cruel clan, what did a cripple mean? It meant that he was better off dead. Su Yu might as well kill him. It would be more satisfying. Savor your life without a cultivation base. Treat it as repayment for the first half of your life. Su Yu calmly said, kicking open the door of the cage and rescuing Tu Long. Tu Long looked at Su Yu in disbelief. Su Yu had actually come to save him. Palace Master Yin Yu. Why would you do this for me? Su Yu calmly smiled. You could block death for me. Why can't I risk my life to save you? Alright, let's cut the crap. Their reinforcements will be here soon, we have to leave quickly. Su Yu supported Tu Long, his other hand grabbing Tu Long as he quickly left the cage. Whoosh, but they had just left the cage when they saw a figure standing with his hands behind his back facing them. It was so quiet, yet suffocating. Tu Long's pupils shrank to the size of a needle, his face pale. Clan Master. The other owner of the copper bell was the Anue City Master, the strongest fighter in the Dark Moon City. Although they couldn't see his face clearly with his back facing them, that dense and cold murderous intent was exceptionally distinct. How is he? The Anue City Master's tone was calm and indifferent. Su Yu calmly threw him onto the ground and stepped on his back. Just like what I said, if I meet him again, there is no reason for me to show mercy. If not for the Anue City Master being overbearing and wanting to kill Su Yu, how could Su Yu be so extreme? There was no enmity between them to kill each other. It was the Anue City Lord who thought that he was in control of everything. He added fuel to the fire and caused today's situation. The Anue city master took a deep breath and suppressed the trembling of his body. Clearly, the fact that the two clans' young master was crippled was an indescribable blow to him. How could one not feel heartache when the child they had painstakingly nurtured for a lifetime was crippled and reduced to a useless person? His life is worse than death. In that case, you shall accompany him in death, Palace Master Yin Yu. The Anue city master turned around. Tu Long's face trembled violently. That face, because of resentment, because of hatred, because of anger, because of it, 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 because of it. His eyes were bloodshot as he glared at Su Yu. I really regret not killing you earlier. You should regret pushing people too far. Su Yu shook his head. Now that things had come to this, the Anue city master had no regrets. Tu Long was worried for Su Yu. Uncle, please reconsider. The consequences of killing a deputy palace master are severe. He, the Anue city master laughed maniacally. Have you forgotten that he snuck in? If I killed him secretly, who would know? Tu Long had an anxious expression. In front of the Anue city master, Su Yu had no power to retaliate. But Su Yu had a calm expression. Oh, you are not prepared to take your son's life. He was in Su Yu's hands. But just as Su Yu finished his sentence, a bolt of terrifying spirit energy attacked Su Yu's feet. The attack was ferocious. Su Yu had no choice but to dodge. Rumble, the two clans' young master, had been turned into minced meat. Rather than letting him suffer a fate worse than death, why not send him on his way? The Anue city master's voice was hoarse. Su Yu and Tu Long's hearts shook. Even a vicious tiger would not eat its cubs. The Anue city master's actions were ruthless. Such a person would either live an ordinary life or become a formidable character. The King of Darkness had left behind a disaster. Do you still have someone to rely on? The Anue city master calmly said. Yes, his tone was extremely calm, so calm that it did not sound human. Su Yu's expression was calm. I never planned to use him as a hostage. Frozen hell. Su Yu gave a low grunt. Crack! Suddenly, the walls of the two clans' main gate were covered in ice. The terrifying cold energy was like a tsunami, charging into the two clan, freezing everything in its path. Many of the two clan members could not react in time and were frozen on the spot. In the blink of an eye, a third of the two clan had turned into a world of ice and snow. The life force of dozens of two clan members was depleting at an extremely fast speed. My hostage is the entire two clan, Su Yu calmly said. Do you want to kill me, or save your clansmen? The Anue city master's expression finally changed. It's the blood of the demonic beast king. I will kill you. The Anue city master let out a furious roar, shooting out 2 bolts of spirit energy. He had no time to care about killing Su Yu, immediately heading to save his clansmen. Space transportation. Su Yu gave a low grunt, enveloping Tu Long and himself, preparing to be transported out of Anue city. However, at this critical moment, Su Yu was suddenly alarmed. A bone-chilling sensation assaulted him from his back. He had experienced this feeling of impending death not too long ago. Zhen Yu Lian. Without turning his head, Su Yu knew that the person who launched the sneak attack was her. But at the moment of the transportation, at the most critical moment, it was her again. Zhen Yulian revealed her distorted figure, smiling sinisterly. Your life is mine. She, who had been lying low for a long time, had finally found the most suitable opportunity. Su Yu's gaze was ice cold. Do you think it will be as easy as last time? Chapter 339. You are just a dog barking at death's door. If not for someone shielding you the last time, you would have been a dead dog. Zhen Yulian was filled with disdain. Her distorted figure silently arrived behind Su Yu. A sharp dagger silently pierced through Su Yu's back. Is that so? Su Yu let out a cold smile, turning his head abruptly. His eyes shot out a grey glow without warning. At such a close distance, the unstoppable soul attack shot into Zhen Yulian's brain. With a pathetic grunt, Zhen Yulian's soul was in extreme pain. Her distorted light movement technique suddenly appeared. What secret technique is that? Jin Yulian was shocked and terrified. With the current strength of Su Yu's soul, he was far stronger than people of the same level. Even though the soul attack he released was not enough to kill an immortal realm level 3 upper tier, it was not a problem. Of course it is a move that will take your life. With a cold grunt, the fire cloud seal between Su Yu's brows pulsated, shooting out an extreme chill. The cold white energy turned into a long sword, piercing out under Su Yu's control. Creak, the air froze. Wherever the cold sword passed, white fog appeared. Countless condensed water vapors turned into ice shards, falling to the ground, letting out a pleasant sound. Heaven and earth suddenly became extremely cold. Jin Yulian, who was in extreme pain, felt a strong sense of danger. Her expression changed. She reacted quickly, using her sharp instincts to pinpoint the direction of Su Yu's attack. With a flip of her palm, she gathered a frightening cold energy to counterattack. A mere dog wants to kill me. Crack, but at the moment of impact, the dagger in Jin Yulian's palm was instantly frozen by the cold energy, covered in extreme cold. The deadly cold energy entered Jin Yulian's body and froze her right palm into pieces of ice on the spot. At that moment, her palm was frozen, turning into ice shards. Her flesh and bones fell to the ground, turning into dust. There was no sign of blood splattering in the process, because all of her flesh had turned into ice. With just one collision, Jin Yulian had lost her right palm, becoming a cripple. What was even more frightening was that the cold energy did not stop there. It spread toward her arm, as if it wanted to turn her entire body into ice shard. Ah! Jin Yulian screamed in pain. Her face, which had been filled with a sinister smile, twisted in pain. But even so, Jin Yulian, who was in intense pain, still didn't lose her reason. Her reaction was extraordinary, and she was straightforward and decisive. Her left palm grabbed her right arm, and amidst a fierce roar, she forcefully pulled her right arm off. Blood rained down and splattered all over Jin Yulian's face, causing her warped face to seem like a bloody evil spirit. His eyes shone with venomous coldness as he screamed, "I won't let you off." Su Yu's eyes were filled with coldness. Does a wastrel only know how to bark? Is this the assassination technique you're so proud of? That's all there is to it. If you don't succeed this time, you will never have another chance in the future. After his strength increased, Jin Yulian's threat dropped drastically. Jin Yulian covered her arm, revealing a cold smile. "Palace Master Yin Yu. Even if I can't kill you, it's enough to make you die without a burial." Pucci, after a fierce battle, the strong fluctuations of spiritual energy disturbed the spatial fluctuations that were about to be teleported. Teleportation failed. Su Yu and Tu Long fell out from the space teleportation. This was Jin Yulian's goal. Even if she could not kill Su Yu and prevent him from being teleported, the Anua City Master would personally make a move and make him stay here forever. "Before he kills me, he can at least kill you." Su Yu was filled with hatred. Because of her, Su Yu and Tu Long had fallen into dire straits. This woman had to be killed. Whoosh! Jin Yulian reacted quickly, letting out a cold laugh. "Talk after you catch up to me." Her body turned into a distorted shadow, disappearing from the sky without a trace. Trying to escape. Su Yu's eyes glowed with a grey glow, his soul ripples radiating in all directions. At that moment, a soul ripple rebounded from the north, returning to Su Yu's soul with a human form. Creak! Su Yu took out the mountain river dragon bow, forming an arrow the size of a thumb, shooting it toward the north without hesitation. Ah! The arrow of spiritual energy pierced through space, followed by a pathetic cry. A hole the size of a bowl appeared on Jin Yulian's abdomen. Her petite body fell from the shadow, crashing onto the ground. Her face was filled with shock and pain, spitting out a mouthful of blood. "You. How did you discover my presence?" Even the Alliance Master, Han Jianglin, might not be able to easily detect her movement techniques. How did Su Yu do it? Whoosh! What answered her was Su Yu's rapidly approaching figure. That cold murderous intent caused Jin Yulian's heart to beat wildly for the first time. The fear of stepping on a cliff lingered in her heart. She had always been the one assassinating others. She had thought that death was too far away from her, but now she realized that death was right beside her. A great fear engulfed her like a tsunami. "Wait a minute. I did not want to kill you. I was only instructed by someone else. Zhen Yulian bit her teeth. Before this, in her eyes, Su Yu was just a wastrel who had almost died in her hands, not worth mentioning. But now, he was the one she was begging for mercy to. Su Yu's murderous intent did not diminish. When you thought that you could easily kill me, killing me like a dog, did you ever think that you were instructed by someone else? Now that you are about to die, you are pushing the blame to someone else. People like you deserve to die. Time was tight. Su Yu did not hesitate, pointing a finger at her chest. But at that moment, a cold whirlwind attacked, saving Zhen Yulian, who was just inches away. Palace Master Yin Yu, you should be lenient. Such ruthlessness is a disgrace to your status as a palace master. A cold and arrogant voice could be heard. Su Yu shot his gaze over, saying coldly, Wei Tianchen? One of the 4 great sons of the Snow Listening Tower, Wei Tianchen. He was the one who had instigated Zhong Shuyi to kill Su Yu and steal her treasure. Now, he had suddenly appeared, interfering in the matter between Su Yu and Zhen Yulian. It looked like the huge freezing effect created by the drop of ice-cold blood had attracted Wei Tianchen over. He must have been watching the battle between Su Yu and Zhen Yulian. If not, he would not have acted in such a timely manner. Before meddling in other people's business, shouldn't you consider yourself first? Su Yu did not give Wei Tianchen any face. He had not settled the score for instigating Zhong Shuyi. Wei Tianchen protected Zhen Yulian behind him, calmly saying, Palace Master Yin Yu, why do you have to be so overbearing and ruthless? We are both powerhouses of the North Continent, we should support each other and be united. You are indiscriminately killing my fellow citizens of the North Continent, you do not know the bigger picture. Indiscriminately? Su Yu laughed coldly in his heart. It was clearly Zhen Yulian who launched a sneak attack first, almost killing him. But in Wei Tianchen's words, it was Su Yu who killed the geniuses of the North Continent, ruthless and ruthless. United? How can you tell that she is united with me? When I was in danger, you did not appear to stop me. But when she was killed by me, you jumped out and accused me of not knowing the bigger picture. Ruthless and ruthless? Wei Tianchen gave a cold grunt. Palace Master Yin Yu, I do not know what happened between the two of you. I only saw that you chased after a weak lady to kill her, and even crippled her palm. As a man, as a vice palace master of the Empire of Darkness, don't you think that you are going overboard and shameful? Hearing this, Su Yu laughed angrily. Since you do not know anything, you still dare to spout nonsense and criticize her? If you want to side with her, just say so. Could such sneaky actions be a tradition of the 4 great sons? Wei Tianchen was furious. Palace Master Yin Yu, please conduct yourself with dignity. You can insult me, but insulting the Snow Listening Tower is unforgivable. His hypocritical expression caused Su Yu's cold smile to deepen. Wei Tianchen, do you know how your junior died? Wei Tianchen's pupils dilated, clenching his fists. He was furious in his heart, saying with a low voice, he was assassinated by a lowly person. He. Su Yu laughed and shook his head. No, he died because he thought he was the one, just like you, thinking highly of yourself. Chapter 340. Wei Tianchen laughed angrily. Palace Master Yin Yu, you are merely using the flag of the Empire of Darkness. Why are you trying to act mighty in front of us? Su Yu shook his head in disdain. Who was it that relied on his identity as one of the 4 great young masters of the Snow's Lament Pavilion to forcefully cut the queue and enter the city that day? They were the ones who were showing off their might. But now, they were making a false accusation and slandering him. Raise the flag. There aren't any people from the Empire of Darkness here, it's enough for me to raise the flag. If you don't believe me, you'll know once you fight me. Of course, it was a battle to the death. Do you dare? Su Yu asked calmly. Wei Tianchen's expression turned stiff, and he changed the topic. Palace Master Yin Yu, don't you dare use the reputation of the Empire of Darkness to be arrogant. However, Su Yu interrupted him mercilessly. I'm asking you a question. Do you dare or not? Don't be impudent. The muscles on Wei Tianchen's face twitched. Su Yu let out a disdainful laugh. I am alone, and you do not even have the guts to fight me. How can a cowardly person like you call yourself one of the 4 great sons? If Snow's lament is filled with trash like you, then I can only say that Snow's lament is beyond saving. All right, scram immediately. He doesn't even have the courage to fight me. Such a person isn't fit to talk to me. The continuous mockery caused Wei Tianchen to be extremely furious. At the same time, he felt quite a bit of fear. However, he tightly protected Jin Yulian behind him, unwilling to give way. His gaze vaguely passed through Su Yu, revealing hints of anxiety. Haha, did you buy enough time? Suddenly, Su Yu sneered. Wei Tianchen's expression froze. What did you say? Shaking his head, Su Yu laughed. Calling you a dirty rat who only knows how to sneak around in the dark is not wrong at all. You clearly know that you're no match for me, yet you still talk to me for so long. How could a scoundrel like you who only knows how to hide behind people's backs do such a thing? It is obvious that you have a plan. You are just wasting time with me, waiting for the Anue city master to make a move. Su Yu shook his head mockingly. He was extremely disgusted by Wei Tianchen's character. Since you knew, why did you fall for it? Wei Tianchen's expression was a little ugly. Su Yu said coldly, because I'm also stalling for time. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. At this moment, the commotion attracted even more onlookers. Dozens of cultivators looked over from the sky, indescribably shocked. As such, Su Yu was exposed in front of everyone. Would the Anue city master dare to kill a deputy palace master of the Empire of Darkness in front of everyone? You are indeed cunning. Wei Tianchen clenched his teeth in hatred. He thought that he had successfully stalled Su Yu. He did not expect that Su Yu was also taking the opportunity to attract attention. You flatter me. Su Yu smiled insincerely, turning his head to look at the Anue city master. The other party had already successfully rescued the people of the Tu clan. He was standing on top of the ice mountain and staring at Su Yu. He did not dare to act recklessly. How could he dare to make a move in public? Tu clan master, thank you for your hospitality. I will remember it. Su Yu had a deeper meaning, his eyes filled with a cold glow. If he were to make a breakthrough to immortal level 5 one day, he would definitely kill this thief. Next, Jin Yulian, Wei Tianchen, are the both of you ready? Su Yu's eyes were filled with ice, his killing intense or inspiring. The general situation had been decided, and Su Yu was safe. The next step was to deal with them. Wei Tianchen's expression turned ugly. What are you trying to do? Su Yu laughed calmly. I warned you not to think too highly of yourself. Unfortunately, you are the same as Zhong Shui, too overconfident. Since you like to meddle in other people's business, you should be prepared to take responsibility. He thought that he was undefeatable with the trump card of the Anue city master. Now, he had no one to rely on, so he panicked. Stop. We have no grudges. Why are you so ruthless? As Wei Tianchen spoke, he retreated continuously, attempting to squeeze into the crowd. Su Yu calmly said, This is a personal grudge between me and Wei Tianchen. If anyone wishes to help him, please step forward. Whiz, the crowd dispersed faster than rabbits. They had no ties with Wei Tianchen. Why would they offend the overbearing and ruthless palace master Yin Yu for him? Falling into a hopeless situation, Wei Tianchen was filled with regret and hatred. Palace master Yin Yu, why must you be so ruthless? Killing me would not benefit you, and would instead harm the relationship between the Empire of Darkness and the Snow Listening Tower. Su Yu's expression was calm, but it was filled with mockery. When you wanted to kill me, I did not see you consider the relationship between the two factions. Now, when it is your turn, you are worried about the future of the two factions. Could it be that my life isn't worth anything, while your life is worth more than anything? Don't worry, even if I kill all 4 of you, the Snow Listening Tower can only swallow their anger. Who asked you to kill me first? Su Yu was determined to kill. Drawing his silver bow, Su Yu formed an arrow of spirit energy, taking aim at Wei Tianchen and Jin Yulian. The Anue city master could only observe from the side, not daring to attack. Normal fighters did not dare interfere in the affairs of the Empire of Darkness. But just as the matter was about to be settled, creak, a powerful bolt of spirit energy pierced through the city master's manor, heading straight for Su Yu. Su Yu's expression changed, changing from offense to defense, blocking the bolt of spirit energy. Thump! After somersaulting in the air, the blood in Su Yu's body surged. He looked toward the source of the spirit energy, his gaze narrowing. It is indeed you, you old man. A green-robed elder with a pale face and a gloomy expression walked over with his hands tucked in his sleeves. This person was none other than Inspector Bai He. At the crucial moment, this old man had indeed attacked. Stubborn thing, you have committed all sorts of crimes in the Empire of Darkness, killing the innocent and harming your own people. You dare to be insolent in the training ground. Inspector Bai He had a stern expression, walking over under the gazes of the crowd. The Anue City Master's pupils dilated, his expression filled with fear. You are the fourth of the 4 great inspectors of the Empire of Darkness, Bai He? What? It's him. The crowd gasped, all of them fearful. Palace masters, inspectors, and lords were terrifying existences in the Empire of Darkness. It was rumored that all of them had the power to overturn rivers and seas. They stood at the peak of the continent, and were legendary fighters. Such a noble and illustrious person had actually descended upon Anue City. The Anue City Master was momentarily shocked, his gaze sweeping past Inspector Bai He and Su Yu. He felt slightly more at ease, his eyes filled with anticipation. Seeing that Inspector Bai He was trying to accuse him, Su Yu retorted sarcastically, "Ha ha, Inspector Bai He is still the same. As an inspector, you can always lower your status and launch a sneak attack on a junior like me." The crowd had a strange expression. Su Yu's words had revealed a shocking secret that no one else knew about. Ling Xiaotian had injured Inspector Bai He. Even though Su Yu had exposed him, Inspector Bai He did not have a change of expression. His expression became stern. A mere vice palace master dares to create trouble. You killed a fellow disciple, and I gave you a chance out of kindness. To think that you would not repent, and would actually start a massacre at the training grounds. You have not changed your nature. This admiral will definitely not spare you. As an inspector, I announce that the vice palace master of the North Continent sub-palace, Yin Yu, is bloodthirsty and cruel. He will be expelled from the Empire of Darkness immediately. Everything about him has nothing to do with the Empire of Darkness. After an investigation, Su Yu was clearly innocent. It was Inspector Bai He who launched a sneak attack and attempted to assassinate him. But now, he had the audacity to say that he was being kind. Furthermore, he wanted to strip him of his position as a vice palace master. These words caused everyone to be shocked. He actually announced the expulsion of a vice palace master on the spot. As an inspector, he supervised the 4 great sub-palaces. He had a lot of authority. With his own announcement, he had the right to strip Su Yu of his position as a vice palace master. From now on, Yin Yu would no longer be a vice palace master of the Empire of Darkness. The Anue City Master's eyes were filled with killing intent. Inspector Bai He, is what you said true? Inspector Bai He said righteously, I, the inspector, have the authority to punish those who commit crimes. If the Anue City Master has a personal grudge against him, that will be a matter between the two of you. The Empire of Darkness will not interfere. This was forcing Su Yu into a desperate situation. If the Anue City Master wanted to kill him, he no longer had any reservations. Su Yu looked at Inspector Bai He coldly. Old thing, who do you think you are? Do you have the right to strip me of my position? The day before yesterday, the editor had called to scold him. He had not updated enough and had even stopped updating once. That day, he had been shooting a wedding dress. After the shoot, he was extremely tired and fell asleep the moment he returned. Hence, he had stopped updating. He had promised the editor that he would increase the number of updates in the future. From the 5th of May onwards, he would update 3 times a day. From the 1st to the 4th of May, he was traveling in Xiamen and could not write too much. Chapter 341. A deputy palace master was appointed by the hall master. As an admiral, his duty was only to supervise the branch hall. He did not have any authority to interfere with the affairs of the branch hall, let alone such an important matter as dismissing a deputy palace master. Humph. Before I left, I was appointed by Lord Bai Luo to punish him on his behalf. You have committed atrocious acts, slaughtered the innocent, and behaved improperly. I believe that you are not suitable for the position of Deputy Palace Master. Now, in the name of Lord Bailuo, I announce that your qualifications as a Deputy Palace Master are revoked. Just now, he had announced it in the name of the Admiral. After being exposed, he had changed to using the name of Lord Bailuo. Regardless of whether Lord Bailuo had given him the authority or not, even if he had given him the authority, he did not have the right to remove the authority of a Deputy Palace Master without Ling Xiaoqian's consent. Otherwise, why would Lord Bailuo ask Ling Xiaoqian to lead 10 Deputy Palace Masters to serve him that day? Why would he go through so much trouble? Wouldn't he be able to resolve it with just an order? Inspector Bai He was merely fooling the outsider, stripping him of his Deputy Palace Master status to give the Anue City Lord a chance to make a move. Anue City Governor, Yin Yu is no longer a member of the Empire of Darkness. The grudge between you and him has nothing to do with the Empire of Darkness. Settle it however you want, there is no need to give me face. Inspector Bai He cupped his fists at the Anue City Governor. The surrounding martial artists could not help but feel indignant. This was simply going too far. Even though they did not understand the conflict between Inspector Bai He and Palace Master Yin Yu, it was clear from the situation before their eyes that Inspector Bai He had used his official position for personal gain, forcing Su Yu into a corner. What was even more shameless was that he dared to boast shamelessly, saying that there was no need to give him face. It was as if he was selfless. The Anue City Lord cupped his fists and said, "Since that's the case, I won't stand on ceremony. This brat killed people in Anue City and stole their treasures. There's no evil he wouldn't commit. My son was brutally killed by him just because of a small conflict. Such a cruel person cannot be tolerated by the heavens." What? The martial artists were shocked. The two clans' young master, who was once the young master of one of the 8 ancient clans, had been killed by Yin Yu. It was clear that the Anue City master had killed his own son. But now, he had announced to the world that it was Su Yu who had done it. The two of them echoed each other, as if Su Yu really deserved to die. Faced with their shamelessness, Su Yu no longer tried to defend himself. Su Yu laughed heartily. "Ha ha. Savage. Not bad. I am cruel, I am cruel. So what if it's a natural instinct to kill?" His eyes were cold and disdainful. A gust of wind blew around him, causing his robes to flutter. His silver hair danced wildly, filled with dense killing intent. A cold smile surfaced on the corner of Wei Tianqian's lips. "You even admit that you are cruel and tyrannical. This is truly intolerable by the heavens. Such a person should be punished by everyone. Anue City Master, please help the people get rid of evil and uphold justice." He himself was cowardly, not daring to step forward. Instead, he stood at the side and encouraged others with a strong sense of righteousness. Zhen Yulian saw that the situation had changed, and her fear gradually disappeared. Her eyes flashed with hatred again. Yes, such people will only harm the innocent if they are left in this world. We must ask the Anue City Lord to get rid of this evil for the people. It was clearly her who had tried to assassinate Su Yu twice, yet she had accused Su Yu of being cruel. The clansmen of the two clan were almost buried in the ice. They could not help but glare angrily. "Clan leader, please enforce justice on behalf of the heavens and eliminate evil for the sake of the people. Enforce justice on behalf of the heavens, eliminate evil for the people, for the sake of the people." Their voices shook the sky, reverberating throughout Anue City. The sonorous and powerful voices of 100 people were like a flood, piercing through the clouds and spreading to all corners of Anue City. The most frightening thing was the determination to kill Su Yu. 3 people would make a tiger, much less 100 people. At this very moment, no martial artist dared to stand up for Su Yu. Everyone knew that Su Yu had been forced to do this, and everyone knew that Su Yu had to die. Because everyone wanted to kill him, feeling the determination to kill him, feeling the determination of everyone, feeling the hopeless situation where he was besieged on all sides. Su Yu stood at his original position. His silver hair danced in the wind, blocking his deep eyes. However, it could not block the coldness of the underworld. Since everyone says that I am cruel, that everyone says that I am cruel, that everyone wants to kill me, why don't I show you what true cruelty is? Creak! All of a sudden, Su Yu's eyes emitted a shocking murderous intent. The silver hair that blocked his eyes flew in the air abruptly. Those once deep eyes were now like an abyss, emitting a shocking coldness that seemed to be able to pull everyone's soul into them. I want all of you to die. His cold voice was like the spring of hell, releasing a cold aura of death. Everyone who was swept by Su Yu's gaze felt their hearts tremble. That deep feeling was like a dark hell that had been opened, pulling all of them into it for eternity. Even Inspector by his pupils constricted slightly. He was frightened by this kind of gaze. What a terrifying gaze. The crowd of martial artists gasped. They might have pushed me too far. His cheeks twitched. Inspector by he let out a cold grunt. The eyes of the masses are clear. Since they want you dead, it means that you have committed heinous crimes and deserve to die. Su Yu let out a cold laugh. The masses? Then let all of them die. He wanted to kill the people of the Tu clan, kill everyone who had slandered him. Anue City Master, attack. There is no need to be courteous with me. Inspector by he retreated, not intending to attack personally. The eyelids of the Anue City Master twitched. Su Yu's words filled with killing intent had caused a ripple in his heart. Those shocking eyes filled with killing intent caused him to feel a shred of regret. Now that things had escalated to such a state, was he responsible? But that thought flashed past his mind. Su Yu, who had lost his identity as a member of the Empire of Darkness, was no better than a cockroach in his eyes. He could kill him with a single stomp. Sigh, Yin Yu, even now that things have come to this, you are still stubborn and have not changed your murderous intent. I can only follow the will of the people and enforce justice on behalf of the heavens. I hope that you can turn over a new leaf in your next life. The Anue City Master sighed, taking a step forward. But at the moment he took a step forward, a terrifying aura descended upon the sky above Anue City. Puu, once the aura appeared, the Dragon Realm fighters immediately spat out a mouthful of blood. Hundreds of fighters, who were fighting the demonic beasts, were caught off guard and fell into the horde of beasts. In the blink of an eye, not even their corpses were left. As for the immortal realm fighters, they felt the blood in their bodies tremble, their spirit energy going berserk. Their bodies trembled continuously. Their bodies felt as if a giant mountain was pressing down on them, making it difficult for them to breathe. This is Inspector by his expression changed, Immortal Realm Level 5. Demonic Beast Emperor. The Emperor of all demonic beasts, the mythical demonic beasts of the legend. It was said that their intelligence was much higher than that of normal humans, and they could speak the human language. They were about to break through their shackles and take on a human form. But that was only a legend. The existence of the demonic beast emperor was only passed down by word of mouth. There were very few records of them in the ancient books. The reason was that demonic beast emperors were too rare, so rare that they were as rare as phoenix feathers and unicorn horns. In fact, their rarity was no less than that of an immortal-level demonic beast. Chapter 342. Haha, foolish humans. A great disaster is upon us, yet we are still killing each other. How pitiful and laughable. Above the 9 heavens, an ordinary golden bird flapped its wings. The bird was shaped like a kingfisher. It was petite and adorable. Its golden feathers reflected a dazzling golden light under the sunlight. It was a bird carved out of gold. On its head, there was a vague shadow of a crown that flashed occasionally. It was as if it was the mythical king that stood at the peak of billions of demonic beasts, the emperor of 10,000 demons. However, the most shocking thing was that the golden bird could actually speak the human language. The look of disgust and disdain was vivid and lifelike. Its intelligence was not any lower than a human's. The Anue City Master's expression changed drastically. Demon Emperor. What happened in the Dark Forest? Even the mythical Demon Emperor has begun to appear. At this moment, even a fool would understand that a shocking change had occurred in the depths of the Dark Forest. Even the Demon Emperor was scared out of the Dark Forest. Lowly humans, my master has descended into the human world to rule over the world. All of you should quickly submit and follow me to meet my master. The golden bird looked down coldly at all living beings. Chapter 343. Wei Tianxian's expression was as red as a pig's liver. Yin Yu. Don't be too presumptuous. The demon race is about to massacre the city. As a human, you did not advance or retreat together, but took the opportunity to kill your own kind. Do you wish to become the sinner of the human race? As he spoke of the righteousness of the human race, Wei Tianchen turned to escape. Just as he was about to escape, a female shriek came from behind him. Turning back to look, it was Jin Yulian's abdomen that had been pierced by a finger. Her flesh had exploded, but her vital organs were not injured. She was in pain, but she did not die. She was in a terrible state. Jin Yulian used her remaining arm to cover her abdomen. Large beads of sweat formed on her pale forehead, her eyes once again filled with fear and pleading. Palace Master Yin Yu, let me go. I was really ordered by someone. Su Yu tapped on her forehead, coldly shaking his head. Now that things have come to this, is there any use in begging for mercy? Just now, you said that I am cruel by nature. Why didn't you think that you were ordered by someone else? If you'd rather commit suicide than accept people to torture you to death, then I'd still have some respect for you. But it's too late to beg for mercy. Creek spirit energy spat out, forming a bloody hole on Jin Yulian's fair forehead. She was completely killed. The person who had caused Su Yu danger twice was finally killed. Wei Tianchen saw this scene, his guts breaking. Without any hesitation, he turned to escape. Haha, Mr. Tianchen, an innocent person was killed by a bloodthirsty demon like me. As a righteous person, you did not enforce justice on behalf of the heavens, instead turning to escape? Are you not afraid of disgracing your chivalrous spirit? Endless mockery came from behind him. Wei Tianchen had acted righteously, forcefully intervening in the feud between Su Yu and Jin Yulian, saving her. Furthermore, at the moment when Su Yu was about to die, he had jumped out to scold Su Yu for being merciless. Palace Master Yin Yu, when it is possible to let people off, one should spare them. Aren't you afraid that you will receive retribution for being so forceful? Wei Tianchen was anxious and furious. Su Yu's lips curled into a mocking smile. Retribution? Are you mocking yourself? The one who said that I relied on the Empire of Darkness to do evil was you. The one who relied on the Anue City Master to slander me was you. Now, the one being hunted has changed from me to you. This is indeed the cycle of the heavens and karma. Wei Tianchen's face was filled with shame and anger. You quibble. Now, you don't care about the safety of the human race and insist on killing your own kind. You don't see the big picture. Do you still have the human race in your heart? Hypocrite. Su Yu replied mercilessly. It has been half a month since the beast tide descended. You only have the abilities of an immortal realm level 3 upper tier. Have you killed even half a demonic beast? No. I killed many demonic beasts and indirectly saved many humans. When I was besieged by you, did you ever consider that you killed me because you didn't care about the safety of the human race? No. You claimed that you couldn't stand the sight of me killing indiscriminately, so you saved Jin Yulian. However, when she was killed by me, you escaped alone. Did you do anything? No. Su Yu said with certainty, so, you are just a selfish and treacherous coward who is of no help to the human race. You are of no benefit to the safety of the human race. Killing you has nothing to do with the safety of the human race. When the fighters who were escaping heard what Su Yu said, they agreed with him. Wei Tianchen called himself the Snow Listening Tower's fourth young master, but he only acted arrogantly in front of the human race. After the beast tide appeared, he did not attack at all. This kind of person, who only thought about himself, would not affect the human race if he died. Even Wei Tianchen, who had a glib tongue, was speechless. Accept your fate. From today onwards, the Snow Listening Tower's fourth young master will become the second young master. Don't blame me. I have given you chances time and time again. Su Yu's killing intent was cold. He pulled back his silver bow, shooting an arrow at Wei Tianchen from a few miles away. As the arrow pierced through the air, after a pathetic cry, Wei Tianchen's chest was blasted into pieces, and he was completely annihilated. After killing 2 people consecutively, Su Yu's killing intent was at its peak. His gaze was murderous, his surging killing intent locking onto the last person. Among the crowd with sharp eyes, You are the only one left, Inspector Bai He. Su Yu turned his head and looked at him coldly. Inspector Bai He, however, did not show any signs of panic. He had a mocking expression, his hands behind his back as he looked at Su Yu. You are finally done? Too slow. With my connivance, you spent such a long time to kill them. You have disappointed me. Ha ha. You still want to save face. Su Yu let out a long laugh, mocking as he shook his head. The reason why you stayed behind was because you were so overbearing just now, wanting to punish me. Now, you are unwilling to let go of your pride and escape. You used the excuse of giving me time and connivance to successfully kill them. Su Yu laughed as usual. You should be glad that you were standing at the side. That was how you managed to survive for a while longer. Inspector Bai He's expression did not change. What a joke, you think too highly of yourself. I will kill you like slaughtering a dog. Since it was so easy to kill me, why didn't you do it yourself? Instead, you tried your best to instigate the Anue City Master to attack. Hall Master Ling's Hall protecting divine weapon must have given you quite a surprise, right? With Su Yu's cultivation level, it was not difficult for him to realize that Inspector Bai He's cultivation level had long fallen from his terrifying level to Immortal Realm level 3 peak. Ling Xiaotian used the divine weapon without permission, plotting a rebellion. He will not be able to escape punishment. Furthermore, even if my cultivation level had fallen, I am not someone of your level can mock. Inspector Bai He said with a cold expression. It is easy for me to kill you, Su Yu said coldly. Do you really think that I am still the kid who could only escape that day? That day, Inspector Bai He had launched a sneak attack. In front of him, Su Yu had no power to retaliate, not even a chance to escape. If not for Ling Xiaotian having predicted this and followed him in secret, Su Yu would have died in his hands. Creak. Inspector Bai He let out a laugh. I really cannot see any difference between you and that day. You are still as weak as before. Creak. He had just said this when Su Yu tapped his forehead, pulling out an arrow made of cold energy, and knocked it onto the mountain river dragon bow. Whoosh. Releasing his finger, the ice arrow shot toward Inspector Bai He like an arrow leaving a bow. The power of the cold energy was enough to threaten the life of an Immortal Realm level 3 peak. Furthermore, with the mountain river dragon bow, its power had increased exponentially. Inspector Bai He's expression changed, instinctively wanting to dodge. However, he had been looking down on Su Yu at such close range. How could he dodge? Illusionary flowers, water moon. Inspector Bai He forcefully gathered his spirit energy, forming a giant water mirror in front of him. This was an illusory realm, able to redirect the attack of an enemy to another location. When he was at his peak, Ling Xiaotian would not be able to do anything to him if he did not use the hall-guarding divine weapon. Whoosh. At the moment the water mirror appeared, the ice arrow shot over. Crack. Many cracks instantly appeared on the water mirror that Inspector Bai He was so proud of. Slap. After a moment of stalemate, it shattered with a crack. The ice arrow pierced through, striking Inspector Bai He in the chest. Bang. His body was like a cannonball, flying hundreds of meters away. The clothes on his chest were shredded by the powerful energy, his white hair messily falling. Fresh blood flowed from his nostrils, all the way to his chin, causing half his face to be covered in blood. A single attack had caused Inspector Bai He to be in an extremely awkward position. Lord Inspector, you don't seem to be as strong as you imagined. Su Yu mocked. Inspector Bai He wiped away the blood from his nose, anger hidden beneath his aged face. However, his expression was one of disappointment. Your power is only SOSO. Even when I intentionally held back, you were still unable to injure me. You are merely wasting your time by entering the martial path. He was clearly in a sorry state, but he was stubborn. Is that so? Su Yu's eyes glowed with a cold light, the concept of nature descending around him. An otherworldly aura that was one with the world surrounded Su Yu's body. Looking at him, Su Yu did not seem like a person of the mortal world, as if he was a fairy. Whoosh. Above Kang Ming's head, under the influence of the concept, gathered all the white clouds from all directions, forming a thick dark cloud. Within the cloud, a purple lightning dragon pierced through the clouds with a domineering aura. Every time it appeared, it would explode with lightning. At the same time, within the dark cloud, snowflakes flew, descending into the mortal world. Different from normal snowflakes, snowflakes would melt into the ground when they landed. But here, every time the snowflakes landed, they would freeze an entire area. Apart from immortal realm level 3 fighters who could defend against it, the rest of the people who were touched by the snowflakes were turned into exquisite ice sculptures. Ah! Run! A fighter came to his senses, screaming in fear, using his body technique to escape. Chapter 344. In an instant, under the cover of the dark clouds and snow, the world was frozen. Ice. Thunder. Calamity. Suyu pointed to the sky. With the intent to merge with nature, it was as if Suyu was commanding the world. Rumble, a majestic heavenly might swept up the power of heaven and earth, locking onto a person under the dark clouds, Inspector by he. Creek, the 10,000 jong long thunder dragon, containing the power to destroy the world, descended. But within the thunder dragon, there was not only thunder, there was also ice. Divine grade, divine decree. Inspector by his expression changed. You managed to comprehend such a useless thing to its peak? However, it was precisely such a useless item that erupted with unimaginably terrifying power. Second grade doppelganger technique. At this crucial moment, Inspector by he actually used his strongest technique. Using a third of the spirit energy in his body, Inspector by he created a clone out of thin air. The clone's abilities were 70% of his original body's. The clone did not hesitate, standing in front of the original body to block the 10,000 jong thunder ice dragon. Crack, but the clone did not even have the time to block the attack before it was frozen into ice. At the same time, the destructive thunder passed through, shattering the frozen clone on the spot. The thunder ice dragon did not slow down. After shattering the clone, it attacked the original body. Pooh, how could Inspector by he block such a terrifying attack? The extreme ice destroyed a large portion of his life force. The destructive thunder caused his body to explode. Looking at him, Inspector by he was badly mutilated, his entire body charred. But not a single drop of blood flowed out of his body. Because his body was filled with cold energy. He was gradually turning into ice from inside out. This strike almost took away Inspector by his life. The martial artists who turned around to look at this scene all sucked in a cold breath. Inspector by he was actually easily killed by Palace Master Yin Yu. From the beginning, when no one paid attention to him, to his shocking battle abilities at the auction, to his current massacre in Anua City. Finally, even the Inspector of the Empire of Darkness was killed by Su Yu. This kind of earth-shattering strength caused everyone to be moved. Whoosh! Su Yu landed in front of Inspector by he, shaking his head in disappointment. Inspector, you gave me a chance, even your life. I am truly touched. Before he died, hearing Su Yu's mockery, Inspector by his heart was filled with hatred. Su Yu, I swear, you will die a horrible death. Your good days will soon come to an end. Bang! A foot stomped down from the air, crushing the head that had been frozen into ice. Slowly withdrawing his leg, Su Yu shook his head coldly. There were many people who wished for me to die a horrible death. Unfortunately, they are all dead, while I am still alive. Squatting down, Su Yu searched Inspector by his robes and found a small jade box. He opened it and saw a small jade bottle lying quietly inside. It was none other than the Myriad Spirit Creation Pill. As a Vice Hall Master, he was only qualified to consume this pill once a month. As an inspector, it was normal for Inspector by he to have this pill on him. Su Yu's eyes were burning with excitement. What a pleasant surprise. He was about to make a breakthrough to Immortal Realm Level 3. The Spirit Fate Elixir had come at the right time. However, what disappointed Su Yu was that there was an empty groove in the jade box. From the looks of it, it should be used to store cultivation techniques. Now, it was completely empty. This caused Su Yu to be slightly disappointed. Inspector by his second-grade clone technique was extremely mystical. After training, he could create clones to aid him in battle. Even though it was not as powerful as Hua Jilan, who could create a light clone with abilities comparable to the main body. 70% of the main body's abilities could not be underestimated. Su Yu had wanted to study it, but who knew that he did not have this cultivation technique on him? It could have been destroyed by him, or it could have been hidden by him. Now that Inspector Bai He was dead, this cultivation technique would never be able to appear in the world again. With a flick of his finger, he destroyed Inspector Bai He's body. Su Yu stood up. The demonic beast emperor was chasing after the Anue city master. It would not take long for him to return. He could not stay here for long. Whoosh! Su Yu brought Tu Long with him, disappearing into the sky. The fighters who were observing the scene were unable to calm down. Before this, the name of Inu had only circulated within a small circle. But now, the entire North Continent would know of the existence of such an arrogant genius. With the abilities of a single person, he had defeated all the geniuses in Anue city. He had fought against the Tu clan alone, killing countless Tu clan members. The number of fighters that had died at his hands was innumerable. In the end, the elusive inspector also died in Su Yu's hands. What he had done in Anue city would shake the entire North Continent. Under the respectful gazes of the crowd, Su Yu left Anue city in a flash, disappearing without a trace. In Anue city, in the charred ruins after a huge battle, a shriveled palm suddenly crawled out from the ground. A pale old man covered in blood crawled out from the ground, his face filled with hatred. Inu, you want to kill me? You are too weak. Even Ling Xiaotian could not do it, much less you. This person was Inspector Bai He. When the second-grade clone technique was cultivated to the top class, one could create a third clone. Back then, he had used this to trick Ling Xiaotian, and succeeded again. Rubbing his chest, Inspector Bai He had a gratified expression. Thanks to this cultivation technique, I am where I am today. But at this moment, a mocking laugh could be heard. So it was hidden here. It was not easy to find. Su Yu crossed his arms, calmly standing in the sky above Inspector Bai He's head, a faint smile on his face. Inspector Bai He's expression turned rigid. You. Su Yu let out a cold laugh. I am merely using the same old tricks. You managed to trick Palace Master Ling once. Do you think you can trick me again? Whoosh! Su Yu stepped down, stepping on the weak Inspector Bai He. Bending down, he found a jade pendant in Inspector Bai He's robes. Looking at the jade pendant, there were extremely weak words carved on it. The first line of words was second-grade clone technique. Su Yu's heart thumped. It was really this mystical cultivation technique. My cultivation technique. Inspector Bai He was both shocked and furious. Whoosh! Su Yu had a thought. With a flash of light, he kept the pendant in the cosmos mirror. Inspector Bai He, since you are so generous and left me your legacy before your death, I shall not hold back. Su Yu let out a faint smile. I think your wish has been fulfilled. Since that is the case, Inspector Bai He, rest in peace. Inspector Bai He spat out a mouthful of blood, his finger trembling as he pointed at Su Yu. You. Pooh! This time, Su Yu crushed his head once again. But his life was truly lost. An inspector of his generation had died just like that. His figure was like lightning. Su Yu flew out of the city. Outskirts of the city. Tu Long bowed, extremely sincere. I am unable to repay Palace Master Yin Yu for saving my life. He was already unable to repay Su Yu's kindness. For him, Su Yu had fallen into a dangerous situation. Just this kindness alone was enough for him to repay Su Yu for the rest of his life. Su Yu calmly shook his head. I only seek to have a clear conscience when I do things. You need not take it to heart. Anue city is no longer safe. You should leave quickly. We shall part ways here. I hope that you can find another home. Su Yu sighed with emotion as they were about to part ways. Tu Long let out a light smile. We shall part ways here. I will not be able to rest in peace. Before I leave, I will give Palace Master Yin Yu a gift. I hope that you will not reject it. After saying this, Tu Long pointed a finger at his chest. Using his finger, he took out a drop of fresh blood. Blood from the heart. Everyone only had one drop of blood from the heart. To a martial artist, it was the source of his blood. Once it was lost, his body would never be strengthened, and his cultivation level would not improve. Do you know the origin of the 10,000 soldier liquid? Tu Long said slowly. Su Yu shook his head. This is a secret of the Tu clan. How would an outsider know? Tu Long smiled. The nature-defying ability of the 10,000 soldier liquid is actually the power of the two clans' bloodline. Suyu knew about this. It was rumored that the two clans' bloodline was special, which allowed them to control the nature-defying ability of cleansing divine artifacts. Since it is the power of the bloodline, then the nature of the 10,000 soldier liquid is obvious. It is actually the blood of the two clan, the only blood from the heart. The fallen members of the two clan would offer their blood from the heart in advance, becoming the 10,000 soldier liquid for the clan. Only the blood from the heart of the master of the family would be pure. Hence, there are very few of them. Tu Long raised the blood from his heart. I am the descendant of the previous master of the family. The blood from my heart is considered pure. Even though it is not as strong as the bloodline of the master, it is 80% pure. It is equivalent to 8 drops of diluted 10,000 soldier liquid. This blood is a parting gift from me, Tu Long. It is also my way of returning the favor. Palace Master Yin Yu, if it is for my own good, please do not reject it. Without any explanation, Tu Long stuffed it into Suyu's palm. Suyu was shocked by the true nature of the 10,000 soldier liquid. He was even more shocked by Tu Long's decisiveness. This was equivalent to Tu Long sacrificing his own future, but Suyu understood that Tu Long had lost his determination to the martial path and was no longer interested in it. This blood was his way of returning the favor. If Suyu did not accept it, he would never be able to forget Suyu's favor for the rest of his life. I accept it. Thank you. Tu Long laughed. Since that is the case, I have no more worries. Yin Yu, we will meet again. Suyu cupped his fists, the two of them disappearing into the horizon, never to meet again. An hour later, the demonic beast emperor returned. She stared at the empty city, her face filled with disdain. She flapped her wings, creating a gale. Anue City, which had stood tall in the dark forest for hundreds of years, was reduced to ashes by the gale. Golden Silk Demonic Beast Emperor, did you capture the Anue City master alive? At this moment, a handsome young man, followed by a green-robed elder, descended above Anue City and questioned coldly. The Golden Silk Demonic Beast Emperor looked at him with disdain, calmly saying, he escaped. As the two clan master, he possessed many divine artifacts. It was hard for outsiders to guess. Even though the abilities of the Golden Silk Demonic Beast Emperor were strong, she might not be able to defeat the Anue City master in terms of techniques. The young man's eyebrows twitched, then relaxed. Forget it, don't bother about him. I asked you to take action to announce to the world that the Wu family is about to appear. The green-robed elder behind him revealed a look of anticipation. Haha, I have already sent the invitation letter for the wedding of young master and Miss Mo Wu to the various powerhouses of the North Continent. I believe that it will be a grand event of the North Continent. Chapter 345. If Suyu had been there, he would have recognized that the green-robed elder was none other than Senior Huang. The young master before him was Wu Yaoyu. During the alliance meet, Wu Yaoyu had shocked the world, defeating many talents of the 100 Territories Alliance and becoming a dark horse. He had fought for first place, hoping to obtain the flesh regeneration elixir. But he had lost to Lu Jun, who had hidden his identity, and given up. He had not obtained first place, losing the chance to obtain the elixir. After that, he had sent the green-robed elder beside him, Senior Huang, to kill Suyu and steal the elixir. But today, he had appeared here. Wu Yaoyu hugged his sword, his expression brimming with confidence. Humph, the Wu clan will eventually shake the world and return to the mortal realm. Why would we need a wedding celebration? I merely want to announce to the world that Mo Wu belongs to me, Wu Yaoyu. No matter who she has liked, no matter who she likes, she belongs to her. From now on, she is my woman. Senior Huang's wrinkled face shook. Haha, since ancient times, beauties have been paired with heroes. Miss Mo Wu is a good match for the young master. In this world, other than the young master, no one is worthy of her. Wu Yaoyu was proud. Of course. Looking around, Wu Yaoyu shook his head. Let's go back and prepare. The Wu clan's return to the mortal realm requires a baptism of blood to announce to the world that we have returned. In half a month, Suyu did not stop, heading straight for the sub-palace. Along the way, he consumed the Spirit Fate Elixir. This was the third Spirit Fate Elixir that Su Yu had consumed. Its effects had been greatly reduced, far from the heaven-defying effects of the first time. Su Yu had only broken through the level 3 bottleneck from Immortal Realm level 2 peak to Immortal Realm level 3 upper tier, rising by 2 levels. The heaven-defying effects of the Spirit Fate Elixir had fallen from its pedestal. But Su Yu was already very satisfied. A normal Deputy Palace Master could only consume 1 Spirit Fate Elixir a month, but Su Yu had already consumed 3. His cultivation level was even more unbelievable. In a short 2 months, he had broken through from Dragon Realm level 7 to Immortal Realm level 3 upper tier. Such progress was practically unprecedented in the Northern Continent's sub-palace. Of course, if it was just a breakthrough in cultivation level, it would not be much. More importantly, Su Yu's cultivation techniques were also shocking. His Immortal level cultivation method, Legendary cultivation method, and Divine will had all improved tremendously. Recently, he had even obtained the second-grade clone technique that the Admiral was cultivating. After half a month of comprehension, Su Yu realized that this Immortal level cultivation technique was surprisingly easy to comprehend. Perhaps it was because of the illusory glazed pond in the training ground, which cleansed his soul, that Su Yu's heart was clear and bright. Hence, he was able to comprehend the illusory glazed pond without any obstructions. In just half a month, he had made a huge breakthrough. This second-grade clone technique was a remnant of an Immortal level cultivation technique. There were only 2 levels to it, and the third level was nowhere to be found. With Inspector by his status, it was not difficult for him to cultivate a complete Immortal level technique. However, he chose a remnant of a scroll. It was obvious that this scroll was extraordinary. Su Yu trained hard for half a month and achieved stage 1 top class. He could use 30% of his spirit chi to form a spirit chi doppelganger that had 70% of his battle prowess. His cultivation base had reached Immortal level 3 lower tier, which was only 1 tier lower than his main body's Immortal level 3 upper tier. The only flaw was that the doppelganger couldn't use the main body's cultivation technique, so he had to choose another cultivation technique for it. However, even without cultivating any cultivation techniques, the doppelganger's battle prowess was still shocking. Finally, what caused Su Yu to be pleasantly surprised was that Buddhist Saint's 8 characters had finally achieved a breakthrough. On a stormy night, Su Yu suddenly had an epiphany. He had successfully entered the lower class from the beginner level. He had comprehended the second word of the Buddhist Saint's 8 characters army. In terms of power, army was far superior to forest. If the two were to be compared, it would be like a small stream versus a vast ocean. Su Yu could still remember that when he said army, the lightning that descended upon the world was forced to retreat in fear. Everything within a 10-mile radius was flattened by the word army. Even Su Yu himself felt a lingering fear at the terrifying power of the heavens. Did legendary-level cultivation techniques really belong to the Zhonlong continent? Just stage 1 lower class could create heavenly might. Such a cultivation technique that fought against the power of the heavens was too nature-defying. If he could cultivate it to its peak, wouldn't he be able to rule the world? This was another doubt in Su Yu's mind. Apart from that, Su Yu was also satisfied with 9 fingers of imaginary thunder. This cultivation technique was only a thin layer away from stage 2. All of his comprehension had been perfected. All he needed to do was to temper himself in battle and he would naturally break through to stage 2 upper class. The power of stage 1 Thunder Starfinger was already extraordinary. Su Yu was filled with anticipation as to what kind of new state the second stage would be. Finally, it was Heaven's Sun gazing at air. It had long been cultivated to upper class, but was unable to break through to stage 1 upper class. But recently, Su Yu had a feeling that he was close to reaching stage 1 upper class. Once he cultivated it to upper class, he would be able to activate the soul battle mode. Su Yu was filled with anticipation as to what kind of state it would be. Whoosh, the wind howled. Su Yu left a trail of after-images in the air. A few days later, he returned to the center of the palace. Lingxiao Palace. Palace Master, I have returned. Su Yu naturally had to greet the Palace Master upon his return. When Su Yu greeted him, Ling Xiaotian was deep in thought with his hands behind his back. His brows were tightly knitted, and it was not difficult to see his worry. Hearing this, Ling Xiaotian turned and revealed a faint smile. "It is good that you have returned safely." Observing Su Yu's cultivation level, Ling Xiaotian's face had an additional look of gratification. "You did not disappoint me." The improvement of Su Yu's cultivation level could not be hidden from his eyes. Su Yu smiled bashfully, feeling grateful. "It is all thanks to the palace master's guidance." Su Yu knew that Ling Xiaotian had helped him greatly. If he had trained alone, how could he have had so many opportunities? Perhaps the current him had not even broken through to immortal realm. "Palace master, I have something to report to you," Su Yu said seriously. Ling Xiaotian smiled. "Is it about the Tu clan?" "There is no need to think about it. They have the guts to attempt to harm the deputy palace master. It looks like the Tu clan has lived too peacefully in the past 100 years, and they have forgotten that they are at death's door. In a few days, follow me to Anua city. I will personally seek justice for you. They injured you with their palms and caused you to bleed. I will make them pay for it tenfold." Su Yu's heart was filled with warmth. He had relied on the Luxian faction and the North Continent sub-palace, but the treatment he received was worlds apart. The Luxian faction did not care about his life. If not for Su Yu's good luck, he would have become a cold corpse. In fact, the entire Luxian faction wanted to kill him for the treasure that they did not know what it was. Comparing the two, Ling Xiaotian's kindness could be imagined. "Palace master, there is no need." Su Yu shook his head. Ling Xiaotian said coldly, "The people of the North Continent sub-palace do not have the habit of swallowing insults when bullied. This palace master will definitely seek justice for you tenfold." Su Yu's expression turned serious. "This is what I wanted to report to you. Anua city is destroyed." "What?" Ling Xiaotian's pupils dilated, finally realizing the severity of the matter. "Tell me the details." Following which, Su Yu told him everything he had seen and heard. "A demonic beast emperor descended." Ling Xiaotian's expression turned serious. "From what I know, there are less than 10 demonic beast emperors in the entire continent. 9 of them are in the north, south, east, and west of the 3 more prosperous continents. They occupy an area and call themselves kings. The North Continent is barren, and there is only one. That is the Golden Silk Demonic Beast Emperor. It occupies the center of the Forest of Darkness and commands the demonic beasts of the North Continent. It is extremely powerful. Even I, without the palace garrison divine artifact, would not be its match. Why would such a demonic beast emperor appear on the continent?" Su Yu thought for a moment, then said seriously, "There is one more thing. This demonic beast emperor mentioned my master." "Master? You mean to say that it has another master?" Ling Xiaotian was unprecedentedly serious. Gasping, Ling Xiaotian said seriously, "I'm afraid we will have to inform the king. This matter is no longer within the jurisdiction of the sub-palace." Chapter 346. Su Yu felt the urgency of the situation. What kind of danger did the appearance of the demonic beast emperor signify? "That's right, there is one more thing I need to report to the palace master. I killed Inspector Bai He," Su Yu said. Ling Xiaotian was surprised, his eyes glowing. That old thing escaped from the divine artifact. "Furthermore, he dared to follow you and plot against you." Ling Xiaotian said coldly, "He should be glad that you killed him. If not, I would personally hunt him down and let him know what it means to have no way out." Hearing this, Su Yu heaved a sigh of relief. It looked like killing Inspector Bai He would not be a problem. "If there is nothing else, I will return to the Enu area. I have not returned for a month. I wonder how the area is." Su Yu said his goodbyes. "Wait." Ling Xiaotian stopped Su Yu. "Do you remember what I said to you before the training?" Ling Xiaotian said. "Hey." Su Yu tried his best to recall, suddenly remembering. "Palace Master said that after we return from the training, there will be another important task for us." With a smile, Ling Xiaotian nodded, "That's right. Letting you train is to prepare for this. Palace Master, please instruct me." Su Yu was stern. Ling Xiaotian smiled but did not speak. "Do not be nervous. We are not executing a mission, but participating in a meeting. What meeting? Su Yu was confused. The Northern Continent's Phoenix Meet, Ling Xiaotian said. Phoenix Meet. Su Yu was confused. What meeting is this? Is it very famous? For it to be named the North Continent, it was obvious how important it was. Ling Xiaotian's lips twitched. He then remembered that Su Yu came from a remote coastal area and naturally did not know about the North Continent's grand event. The Phoenix Meet is held once every 10 years. The invitees are the most outstanding youths of the North Continent. All the outstanding men are gathered here. Su Yu was a little disappointed. Another competition? Su Yu was not interested in a meaningless competition. It would be more meaningful for him to focus on training. No. Ling Xiaotian's reply was unexpected. It is a matchmaking session. Matchmaking session? Su Yu almost bit his tongue. This was a matchmaking session. In that case, he was even less interested. Thank you for your kind intentions, Hall Master, but I think I might not need it. He already had Xian so how could he participate in the blind date? Haha, are you not worried that your fiancé might be snatched away by someone else? Ling Xiaotian said with a faint smile. Su Yu was slightly stunned. He repeated the name of the Phoenix Meet. Suddenly, a bolt of lightning flashed past his mind. It's a male youth from the continent going on a blind date with the Phoenix Cabinet. Ling Xiaotian nodded. That's right. The Phoenix Cabinet has always only recruited female disciples. There is a lack of males in the cabinet, and outstanding female disciples have been married off all year round, resulting in a loss of talent. Thus, the Phoenix Cabinet took the initiative to hold the Phoenix Meet to find a spouse for the female disciples of the Phoenix Cabinet. Under the matchmaking, not only would the female disciples of the Phoenix Cabinet stay, they would also be able to attract some outstanding male disciples from the other sects, killing two birds with one stone. As for the Northern Continent's talented youths, they are also passionate about finding companions in the Phoenix Cabinet. The female disciples of the Phoenix Cabinet are not only the gathering place of the Northern Continent's most outstanding females, but their appearances are also extraordinary. During this meet, if anyone takes a liking to your fiancé, and the Phoenix Cabinet agrees, the relationship between you and your fiancé might be severed by the Phoenix Cabinet. At that time, she would be someone else's spouse. Are you willing to do that? Su Yu was shocked. But, don't we need the approval of the female disciples? Ling Xiaotian shook his head. Of course not. If it is about mutual affection, it would be difficult to find even 1 in 100 people who are in love with each other. If that is the case, what is the point of the Phoenix Cabinet painstakingly holding the blind date? As long as the male's performance meets the Phoenix Cabinet standards, the female disciple that takes a liking to the male will be betrothed to him. As for an individual's will, in front of the faction, it is insignificant. Thus, if a suitable person appears for your fiancé, I'm sure the Phoenix Cabinet will not mind severing the relationship between you and your fiancé. Su Yu was shocked. Disregarding Xian'er's potential, just based on her cute appearance, she would still be fought over by many geniuses. At that time, if there was someone who met the requirements of the Phoenix Cabinet, what awaited Su Yu was an annulment letter. Even though Xian'er was pure, she was stubborn and determined. If she was forced to accept such a reality, she might end her own life. In the past, when she was forced to marry Cao Xian in the Luxian faction, she had wanted to commit suicide many times. Su Yu did not want the same thing to happen again. Xian'er was his fiancée. No one was allowed to touch her. Looks like you have thought it through. Prepare yourself over the next few days. When the time comes, there might be a few fierce battles. Su Yu said, what kind of competition will it be? Could it be that if a few people take a liking to the same person, they will have to fight for her with their abilities? Ling Xiaotian nodded. That's right. First, there will be an elimination competition. Only the top 100 will have the right to choose a female disciple that catches their eye. After that, if they take a liking to the same person, they will fight for her hand in hand. The one with the highest abilities will be able to win the heart of the beauty. In this meet, all the powerhouses of the North Continent will send their most outstanding male disciples to participate. Over the years, It has become a competition for the young elites of the North Continent. On the surface, it is a marriage match, but in reality, it is a gathering for the various factions to display their potential. The reputation that you obtain will affect the honor of the Empire of Darkness. Hence, I hope that you will participate seriously. Su Yu's eyes were filled with determination. Palace Master, don't worry. I will fight with all my might. Even if it was not to repay Ling Xiaotian, Su Yu would fight with his life on the line for Xian Er. All right, go back and prepare. In 3 days, you, along with the 1st Deputy Palace Master, 2nd Deputy Palace Master, and 3rd Deputy Palace Master, will represent the North Continent sub-palace to participate in the meet. Su Yu nodded, turning to leave. Half a day later, in the Inu area. Outside the Palace Master's manor in Inu City, the atmosphere was solemn. A large group of guards stood within the manor in fear and trepidation. A bald young man of about 24 or 25 years old, wearing a long robe made of beast skin. He had thick black eyebrows, and his eyes were like copper bells. Looking at him, he gave off a savage and fierce feeling. He stood outside the manor with his hands behind his back, surveying the surroundings. The guards did not even dare to breathe loudly. In fact, they did not even dare to raise their heads to look at him. This was because of his illustrious status. 3rd Deputy Palace Master Yin Yu has yet to return. If there is anything, I can pass the message on his behalf. Zi Yunxiang calmly said. The bald young man in front of her was Deputy Palace Master Xiao Guang, ranked 3rd among the 10 great Deputy Palace Masters. He had suddenly descended upon the Inu area, requesting for Su Yu to come out and see him. Hearing this, Xiao Guang glanced at her. Who do you think you are to pass the message on my behalf? I'll say it again, get him to come out and see me, Xiao Guang repeated. Zi Yunxiang was neither servile nor overbearing. I'll say it again, Palace Master Yin Yu is not in the manor. If you do not wish for me to pass the message on your behalf, then wait patiently outside. Xiao Guang creased his brows. Ask me to wait. Is a child like him worthy? I want to see him. Even if he is at the ends of the earth, he has to come out. Furthermore, he is training with all of you. All of you have returned, but he is outside. Don't test my patience. Get him to come out and see me. Zi Yunxiang shook her head. She could not be bothered with such an unreasonable person. Close the door. Turning to return to the manor, Zi Yunxiang calmly said. Being ignored by Zi Yunxiang, Xiao Guang was stunned. He did not expect a lady in Su Yu's manor to be so daring, to embarrass him in front of everyone. Following this, a layer of evil energy flickered between his brows. His anger was evident. A mere servant dares to be so insolent in front of me. Do you still care about the hierarchy in your eyes? Squinting, Xiao Guang looked around the Inu manor, his eyes glowing with a cold light. From the looks of it, this Inu manor, from the master to the servants, lacks discipline. I would like to see where you, Yin Yu, get your confidence from to refuse to see me. Crash! Xiao Guang lifted his leg and kicked the door of the Inu manor. Even for an immortal realm level 3 upper tier like him, a mere door was like a piece of paper. The giant door was sent flying 100 zhong away, crashing into the manor. Miss Z, be careful. The expressions of the guards changed, hurriedly pulling Zi Yunxiang away. But a few of the guards were also trapped by the giant door, unable to escape in time. Blood-curdling screams rang out one after another, and the mournful wails were endless. Looking over, 3 Dragon Realm guards were squashed beneath the giant door. The one in the middle was squashed into meat paste, dying on the spot. The 2 guards on the left and right had half of their bodies crushed, crying out in pain. The bloody and cruel scene caused the female servants in the manor to scream in fear, fleeing in fear. The group of guards dared not say anything, staying far away from Xiao Guang. Xiao Guang looked forward, not paying any attention to the 3 of them. A bunch of useless things. What kind of master has what kind of servant? Xiao Guang said with disdain, taking big steps into the manor. Wait. Zi Yunxiang had just calmed down, her chest rising and falling. It was unknown whether she was angry or shocked. Palace Master Xiao Guang, please conduct yourself with dignity. Barging into the Inu manor and killing the innocent, Palace Master Yin, you will not be happy. Not only would he be unhappy, Su Yu would be completely furious. Joke. Do I, Xiao Guang, need to care about his mood when I do things? Palace Master Xiao Guang stepped into the manor, his cold eyes looking around. He grabbed with his hand, sending 5 bolts of spirit energy flying in all directions. Rumble, crash at once, dust flew into the sky, the houses collapsing. Half of the houses in the Inu Manor had been turned into ruins by his attack. The remaining half were the houses of the servants. Is he really not here? Palace Master Xiao Guang raised his brows. Zi Yunxiang looked at the ruins of the Inu Manor, unable to contain her anger. Palace Master Xiao Guang, you did this on purpose. Palace Master Yin Yu has no feud with you. Why are you bullying him? Palace Master Xiao Guang turned his head, glaring fiercely. Do I need a lowly servant to question me when I do things? Since he is not here, when he returns, immediately inform him to see me within 3 days. If not, he will bear the consequences. Xiao Guang flicked his sleeves, turning to leave. As he passed by Zi Yunxiang, he grabbed her neck. As for you, follow me back to the Xiao Guang area. Before Yin Yu takes you away, I will teach you a lesson. He was using Zi Yunxiang as a hostage. Such arrogance, such arrogance. The normal guards did not dare to retaliate. Palace Master Xiao Guang, don't you think your actions are unbefitting of your status? At this moment, an old voice could be heard. It was Fan Haisheng, cupping his fists. Palace Master Xiao Guang's gaze swept past him, as if he was looking at air. With a wave of his hand, a wild force sent Fan Haisheng flying 100 meters away, smashing a wall. A trickle of blood flowed from the corner of Fan Haisheng's mouth. He lay in the ruins, unable to move. Elder Fan, Zi Yunxiang shouted, her eyes filled with hatred, you bastard. Palace Master Xiao Guang grunted, you will die sooner or later if you do not know how to appreciate favors. You might as well die by my hands, lest you waste the Empire's resources. Let's go. Palace Master Xiao Guang strode out of the Inu Manor. However, right at this moment, a surging voice that sounded like the might of the heavens came from the horizon, and majestically pressed down. Ha ha, Palace Master Xiao Guang, you killed my people, destroyed my manor, and took me hostage. Are you begging me to kill you? Dozens of miles away, Su Yu revolved his crystalline pupils, seeing everything. Chapter 347. He did not expect that someone would come knocking on his door after he returned half a month later. What made Su Yu even more furious was that if it was someone like Palace Master and Fang, who had a grudge against him, he could understand. But Palace Master Xiao Guang had no grudge against him. They had never even met and had no ties. But Palace Master Xiao Guang had come knocking on his door, killed his guards, destroyed his mansion, and captured his people to train. Even if he was dealing with a normal person, he should not have looked down on him. Furthermore, Su Yu was also one of the 10 great deputy palace masters, and they would meet sooner or later. In his eyes, what was Su Yu? A beast that could be killed at any time, without any dignity. Palace Master Xiao Guang raised his head to look at the sky, at the rapidly approaching Su Yu. He pushed Zi Yunxiang away, a mocking expression on his face. Coward. Even though you are nothing in front of me, you hid until now. As his people, you are truly pitiful. In his heart, he stubbornly believed that Su Yu had returned long ago, and was hiding because he was afraid of him. Zi Yunxiang staggered and fell to the ground, her snow-white face filled with pleasant surprise. Her grievances and indignation disappeared at this moment. Su Yu had finally returned safely from the chaotic Anua city. His heart, which had been hanging by a thread for many days, was finally at ease. If he was a coward, there would be no brave people in the world. You do not understand him. Zi Yunxiang shook her head, revealing a gentle smile. Her beautiful eyes stared at the approaching figure in the sky, not looking away in the slightest. Brave. Him. Hehe, if we were to compare the size of his voice, his bravado, and his murderous intent, your Palace Master Yin Yu is the bravest. Palace Master Xiao Guang crossed his arms and laughed coldly. He looked down on Su Yu from the bottom of his heart. Zi Yunxiang's gentle smile remained. So, you do not understand him. Palace Master Xiao Guang snorted disdainfully, silently waiting for Su Yu to land. Not long after, Su Yu arrived in the sky above the Inu Manor. Looking down, the collapsed ruins and the guards who had died tragically were all clear and striking to the eye. Hall Master Xiao Guang raised his head coldly and arrogantly. "All right, since you've managed to muster that bit of courage to stand in front of me with great difficulty, this Hall Master can't be bothered to break your last layer of self-respect. Pack your things and follow me." After saying this, he did not bother to look at Su Yu, turning to walk out of the manor. Kailar, all of a sudden, a piercingly cold gust of wind shot toward Su Yu. Hall Master Xiao Guang was slightly taken aback. "What are you doing?" It was Su Yu who had descended from the sky without hesitation and struck out with his palm. "Are you deaf? I've already said it. Since you're seeking death, I'll naturally fulfill your wish." Su Yu's whole body was enveloped by a layer of fluorescent light. The light flickered, dazzling the world, and he struck a palm toward Palace Master Xiao Guang. Palace Master Xiao Guang laughed in surprise. "Have you gone mad from the stimulation? Everything has to be done according to one's capabilities. Someone like you who's just there to make up the numbers should have the awareness of making up the numbers. Rashly attacking an existence like me, you're either crazy or stupid." Palace Master Xiao Guang casually extended his palm, easily dealing with the attack. "Forget it. To a person like you who has never seen the power of an immortal level 3, you will not be able to understand what it means to attack me. This time, I'll teach you a lesson. Remember to grow some brains next time." Crackle, the two quickly exchanged blows. However, at the moment when they exchanged blows, Palace Master Xiao Guang's relaxed expression froze abruptly. He was shocked. "Immortal level 3 lower tier cultivation base? You actually had a breakthrough." With the exchange imminent, Palace Master Xiao Guang did not have the time to raise his spirit energy. Caught off guard, he took the attack head-on. Crack, the sound of bones cracking could be heard from his palm. Palace Master Xiao Guang himself took 3 steps back. The blood in his body surged, his throat tasting blood. In his carelessness, he had suffered quite a bit. Su Yu landed lightly on the ground. Under the hazy glow, his expression could not be seen clearly. However, his disdainful voice could be heard. "Immortal level 3 is very impressive. You treat Immortal level 3 as an impressive realm. You are arrogant. Only second-rate fighters who are weaker than you but stronger than you are would be like that." Hearing this, Palace Master Xiao Guang sneered. "Relying on the element of surprise and taking advantage of others, you become arrogant. Has no one ever taught you how to imitate others? I can be arrogant because I have the ability to look down on others. You are arrogant because you are a clown." Palace Master Xiao Guang's eyes were filled with disdain. Su Yu calmly shook his head. "Those who are weaker than you are clowns. If you are arrogant, you are looking down on others. Based on what you said, in front of stronger fighters, you are also a clown. It is most appropriate to say that you are a second-rate fighter who is weaker than you but stronger than you." Palace Master Xiao Guang's expression was a little stiff. "I do not care what others think of me, nor do I want to know. The only thing I can tell you is that the current you is a clown in front of me. We are both Immortal level 3, but you will not understand the difference between lower tier and upper tier. Relying on the element of surprise and taking advantage of others is your limit. I will now teach you how big the difference between lower tier and upper tier is." Palace Master Xiao Guang let out a low grunt, attacking fiercely. 6 illusions. Palace Master Xiao Guang's spirit energy surged, forming 6 illusory figures around him. Looking at it, they looked like 6 human figures, difficult to distinguish between real and fake. As he attacked with his palms, the power of his palms overlapped, unable to differentiate between real and fake. It was as if it could topple the mountains and overturn the seas, oppressive. Su Yu did not say a word, dealing with it with all his might. He did not use any techniques, relying solely on his battle experience and spirit energy to deal with the attack. Even though the abilities he displayed were far from Immortal level 3 upper tier, with his rich battle experience, he was able to take on the fierce attacks. 1 move, 2 moves, 3 moves. After 19 moves, Palace Master Xiao Guang's attacks became fiercer as time passed. On the other hand, Su Yu was gradually unable to hold on. In the end, he could only barely deal with the attacks. Palace Master Xiao Guang let out a low grunt. This is the end. Rumble. Palace Master Xiao Guang's spirit energy suddenly increased, his abilities rising to their peak. Under the fierce attacks, Su Yu could no longer defend himself, being struck in the chest by a palm. Thump. Su Yu was sent flying hundreds of meters away, crashing heavily into the ruins. Palace Master Yin Yu. The Inu manor was filled with cries of shock. Their palace master had been defeated. Furthermore, he had been defeated so cleanly. The image of the invincible palace master in the hearts of countless people had collapsed. Since Palace Master Yin Yu had taken office, when had he ever been defeated? From Palace Master Feng Qing to Palace Master Shui Yarrow to the Blackwater Pirates, when had Palace Master Yin Yu not surprised everyone, killing strong enemies with an invincible stance? Now that he had been defeated, they could not accept it. Palace Master Xiao Guang slowly retracted his spirit energy, calming his churning blood. He was extremely shocked. Even though Su Yu's cultivation level was far weaker than his battle experience was abnormally rich. Without any techniques, Su Yu had withstood 20 moves. Only when Palace Master Xiao Guang used his full strength did Su Yu not expand beyond 20 moves. Under the circumstances where there was a difference in cultivation level, such a result would definitely be mocked. Thinking to this point, Palace Master Xiao Guang's expression turned gloomy. Very well, you should be proud of yourself for withstanding 20 moves with your experience. But that is all. Do you see this? This is the difference between lower tier and upper tier. In front of me, you only have the right to look up to me. Palace Master Xiao Guang stared at Su Yu coldly. If you understand what kind of trash you are, then shut your mouth and follow me. Don't jump up and down like a clown. Turning his head slightly, Palace Master Xiao Guang turned his body once again, heading out of the Inu manor. Chapter 348. Because, under the tree in front of them, there was a youth in a white robe standing leisurely in the wind. Beneath the mask was a handsome face that did not belong to the mortal world. His silver hair fluttered in the wind, like a celestial being. The people of the Inu manor were attracted by Palace Master Xiao Guang's strange expression. Following his gaze, they could not help but be shocked. That face, that figure, who else could it be but Palace Master Yin Yu? Palace Master Yin Yu. It's our Palace Master Yin Yu. My God, what's going on? Why is he not injured? What? Palace Master Yin Yu? Palace Master Xiao Guang was at a loss. If he was Palace Master Yin Yu, then who was the glowing person who fought him? Humph. What is the Inu manor doing? Could it be that the real Palace Master Yin Yu is still hiding somewhere, like a cowardly tortoise? Beneath the tree, Su Yu had a calm expression. Palace Master Xiao Guang, how did it feel to fight my clone? Clone? The people of the Inu manor were shocked. That fluorescent figure just now was actually Palace Master Yin Yu's clone. Among the 10 great deputy palace masters, there was only one deputy palace master with a clone. That was Palace Master Jilan. Palace Master Yin Yu had such a secret technique. Palace Master Xiao Guang was equally shocked. What shocked him the most was that the person whom he had fought so hard just now, and it took him 20 moves to defeat, was just Su Yu's clone. Normally speaking, the clone's abilities were far weaker than the main body. If the clone had such terrifying abilities, how powerful would the main body be? Whoosh, the clone Su Yu's body glowed, turning into spirit energy and returning to Su Yu's body. Su Yu looked at Palace Master Xiao Guang indifferently. I have already seen the difference between lower tier and upper tier. Now, please let me see how big the difference in abilities between Immortal Level 3 upper tier is. Palace Master Xiao Guang clenched his teeth, his gaze cold. Palace Master Yin Yu, I came to find you to discuss something. What is the meaning of your unreasonable actions? Hearing this, Su Yu calmly looked at the destroyed manor, the guards who were severely injured, and the shocked Zi Yunxiang, calmly saying, This is your discussion? In this world, who would want to discuss matters with someone and act as if they were mortal enemies? Who would destroy the other party's mansion, kill the other party's people, and take the other party hostage? He was merely afraid of Su Yu's abilities, which was why he had changed his attitude at the last moment. Unfortunately, he was too domineering in the past. His current change was extremely ironic. Awkwardness flashed across Palace Master Xiao Guang's face. It was your subordinates who were disrespectful to me first, causing me to be unnecessarily angry and causing some damage to your residence, as well as the deaths of a few guards. Hearing this, the people of the Inu Manor could not help but be furious. It was clearly Hall Master Xiao Guang who had barged in without listening to the other party's advice. He did not care about their lives, killed them as he wished, and casually destroyed half of the Inu Manor. From the beginning to the end, who had ever disrespected him? With his status as the third palace master, no one dared to be rude to him. But now, they were accusing him of offending and angering him. Zi Yunxiang said, "Hall Master, it was Hall Master Xiao Guang who barged in. We had no ill intentions towards him. Hall Master, please investigate this clearly." "Shut up. Do you have the right to interrupt when I am speaking?" Palace Master Xiao Guang let out a cold grunt. "I am a vice palace master, would I accuse you wrongly?" Between a subordinate and a vice palace master, who should he trust more? The answer was naturally the latter. But it was a pity that the person standing in front of him was Su Yu. "Oh, is that so?" Su Yu calmly said, taking a step forward from under the tree. Palace Master Xiao Guang said cautiously, "Why, you don't believe me? You would rather believe a subordinate than me, who is also one of the 10 great vice palace masters?" Su Yu shook his head. "I believe you. Naturally, I am willing to believe you. Perhaps it was really my subordinate who angered you with his words, causing this misunderstanding." Hearing this, Palace Master Xiao Guang secretly heaved a sigh of relief. The hearts of the people of the Inu Manor turned cold. How could this be? Didn't Palace Master Yin Yu always shield his own people? Could it be that Palace Master Xiao Guang in front of him was someone he did not want to offend? But before Palace Master Xiao Guang could relax, Su Yu's tone turned cold. "But even if my subordinate offended you, so what? Not only did he offend you with his words, even if he injured you, you had to endure it. Injuring them, destroying my manor, taking hostages, humph, no one can save you." How could he believe Palace Master Xiao Guang? He knew Zi Yunxiang's character better than anyone else. She would not be arrogant and despotic. As for the rest of the people, who would have the guts to go against the third deputy palace master? Now, the villain was the first to complain, accusing his subordinate of offending him first. The 180-degree turn of events caused Palace Master Xiao Guang's expression to turn serious, extremely ugly. "Yin Yu, you really want to be my enemy?" Su Yu's expression was indifferent. "Be your enemy? Do you think you have the right to be my enemy?" Su Yu had personally killed a few immortal realm level 3 upper tiers, much less seen them. It was laughable that Palace Master Xiao Guang thought that Su Yu had never seen the power of an immortal realm level 3. "Yin Yu, don't be arrogant. Once I get serious, it will be too late for you to regret it." Palace Master Xiao Guang was furious. Even though he feared Su Yu, he did not think that he was much weaker than Su Yu. Palace Master Xiao Guang's dignity had been humiliated by such blatant disdain. How could he agree to it? Arrogant. In terms of arrogance, I have not reached the stage of destroying someone's manor, killing their guards, and taking hostages. Su Yu walked over quickly, looking slow but actually fast. "Get serious, I want to see how you will make me regret it." Su Yu mocked disdainfully. The veins on Palace Master Xiao Guang's forehead throbbed, his expression completely dark. "Yin Yu, you forced me to do this." 6 illusions. He once again displayed his signature move, but it was an all-out attack. He no longer dared to underestimate Su Yu in the slightest. Layers of illusions closed in on Su Yu. The piercingly cold wind contained an unparalleled power, sweeping over with the power of heaven and earth. The group of guards retreated in a hurry, avoiding being embroiled in this inhuman battle. Su Yu's expression was calm, his hands still behind his back. "Make your move. I want to see just how powerful your cultivation technique is." Su Yu extended his hand, but only gathered spirit energy. He shook his head. "Do I need to use a cultivation technique to deal with you? You think too highly of yourself." Rumble. Su Yu's ordinary palm caused Palace Master Xiao Guang to retreat 10 steps. One used a cultivation technique, the other merely used spirit energy. With the same cultivation level, the effects were shocking. Palace Master Xiao Guang secretly gasped. Su Yu's cultivation level was at level 3 upper tier. Furthermore, it was very close to peak. His scalp turned numb, his heart uneasy. Palace Master Xiao Guang's eyes flashed with humiliation. He forcefully endured the humiliation, using the opportunity of being forced back to retreat. He fixed his gaze on Su Yu, cupping his fists as he retreated. Palace Master Yin Yu's reputation is well deserved. I admit defeat. This battle shall end here. I shall take my leave. Chapter 349. Sparring. What a joke. If Su Yu's abilities were below his, if Su Yu was as useless as he thought, if Su Yu could not even withstand a single blow, would Palace Master Xiao Guang treat this as a sparring match? He must have realized that Su Yu was stronger than he had expected, and chose to escape, knowing that he was no match for Su Yu. Hearing this, Palace Master Xiao Guang finally realized that Su Yu's murderous intent was not just shouting. Thinking back to those words, he finally understood the coldness in those words. That was the coldness of death. Wait. I merely had good intentions, looking for you to discuss the Phoenix meet 3 days from now. During that time, I had a misunderstanding with your people, and accidentally destroyed your mansion and injured a few people. Is there a need to fight to the death? Even at this moment, he was not remorseful, attempting to quibble. Su Yu's robe flickered, his figure turning into a blur, disappearing on the spot. When he reappeared, he was a purple light that illuminated the heavens, making his cold face look like the king of heaven. A bolt of lightning flashed, destroying everything in its path, including Palace Master Xiao Guang. Drawing a beautiful arc in the air, his body was sent 10 meters into the ground by Su Yu. A burnt smell filled the Inu manor, amidst the crackling of the remaining lightning. That was the smell of burnt flesh. Looking down, at the bottom of the cavern, there was a charred, mangled corpse lying at the bottom of the cavern. There was only a single breath left in its mouth. The people of the Inu manor gasped. They were both immortal realm level 3 peak, but Palace Master Xiao Guang could not even withstand a single blow from Palace Master Yin Yu. Su Yu walked to the edge of the deep pit, calmly saying, "Since you destroyed my mansion and killed my people because of a misunderstanding, then killing you is also a misunderstanding." Buzz buzz, a strand of lightning condensed once more on the tip of his finger, and it illuminated his face to be pitilessly cold. "Tell me, who ordered you to do this? What is your motive? After you tell me, I will give you a quick death." Su Yu's expression was calm. Unless Palace Master Xiao Guang was a lunatic, it was hard to imagine a normal person destroying someone else's mansion, killing his people, and kidnapping his woman. Even though Palace Master Xiao Guang was a little arrogant, he was a little too crazy to destroy someone else's residence so easily. If he really was such a person, why were the other deputy palace masters, whose abilities were far inferior to his, safe and sound, while Su Yu was treated this way? It was obvious that Palace Master Xiao Guang had done this intentionally. Moreover, Su Yu had never met him before, so he didn't have any grudges with him. Hence, it must have been someone who had grudges with Su Yu who had instructed him to sabotage Su Yu. As for the purpose of doing so, there was no way to know. Hall Master Xiao Guang, who was covered in blood and flesh, felt intense pain all over his body. His consciousness gradually became blurry. In such a state, it was painful and torturous, a life worse than death. "It's the first deputy Hall Master. It's him." Hall Master Xiao Guang made a rational decision. The first deputy palace master was also the first deputy palace master, Palace Master Shen Kong. The Shen Kong area was next to the Inu area. Between the two, there was a black water pirate that traversed 2 regions. Apart from that, they did not have any interactions and had never met before. Su Yu pondered whether he had done anything inappropriate after coming to the Inu area and accidentally offended Palace Master Shen Kong. However, after thinking about it, he definitely shook his head. He had never offended Palace Master Shen Kong. Why would the other party instruct Palace Master Xiao Guang? What is his motive? Su Yu's eyes were filled with killing intent. Palace Master Xiao Guang said with difficulty, "His motive is to take you down a notch." Su Yu laughed, his smile a little cold. "Why did he not come personally? Why did he send someone like you? Because you are not worth his effort." Sending me is more than enough. Suyu understood. Someone he had never met wanted to take him down a notch, but felt that it was beneath him to do so personally. Hence, he sent someone with low abilities. Was that the only reason? Just to take him down a notch? Hence, 1 dead, 2 injured, and half of his mansion destroyed. What a great notch! Suyu looked at the deep sky, letting out a sigh. Why is it that there are always people who do not know their place, coming to me to die? First it was Feng Qing, then Shui Yarrow, then Zong Jian, and now the so-called first deputy palace master. Looks like I did not kill enough, not ruthless enough, not fast enough. Suyu's eyes were filled with a cold glow. Since that is the case, I will turn the world upside down. I will kill for everyone to see. He was lucky that he had managed to rush back in time to save Zi Yunxiang and seek justice for the injured guards. Next time, he might not be so lucky. He did not want the same thing to happen a second time. There was a need to use ruthless methods to warn everyone. All right, you can rest in peace. Creak, Suyu flicked his finger, sending the last bit of spirit energy into the deep pit. Palace Master Xiao Guang died. At this point, the second deputy palace master had been eliminated. Treat the families of the sacrificed guards well, and compensate the injured guards with a large sum of money. Do not let them bleed or cry. Suyu stepped forward, inspecting the 3 guards. 2 of them were half crippled, with no hope of recovery, unless they could find the flesh regeneration elixir. But Suyu had already used the last 2 of such elixirs. There were no more of such elixirs in this world. They were heavily injured because of Suyu, and he had to take responsibility. The guards quickly carried the 3 of them away, beginning to repair the Inu manor. Elder Fan, you should go and rest as well. Thank you for stopping him just now. Suyu helped Fan Haisheng up from within the ruins. What shocked Suyu was that even with Palace Master Xiao Guang's abilities, Fan Haisheng, who was only at the Dragon Realm, had only suffered light injuries. Could that attack not be as strong as it looked? Palace Master, do not worry. You should go and see Miss Z. You were not here for half a month, and she has not eaten or drunk, worrying day and night. Fan Haisheng waved his hands, letting out a gratified smile as he left with his hands behind his back. Looking at his back, Suyu suddenly had the same feeling as when he first met him. The first time he met him, Suyu had the same feeling as when he met Yunyazi, deep and unfathomable. But upon closer inspection, he had an ordinary aura. This Fan Haisheng. Deep within Suyu's pupils, a shred of thought. Suyu's eyes flashed, and he quickly squatted down to inspect Zi Yunxiang. I am fine. Luckily you came back in time. Zi Yunxiang's face was flushed, her bashfulness evident. Suyu nodded, as long as you are fine. Thank you for your hard work during my absence. This is what I should do. Zi Yunxiang's voice was as soft as a mosquito's buzz. Suddenly, Zi Yunxiang seemed to have thought of something, hurriedly saying, that's right. There's a piece of great news. There is news of Miss Xia Jingyu and my father. Suyu was shocked. When he first came to the Inu area, he had arranged for people to secretly investigate. After a few months, there was finally news of them. This was undoubtedly the best news he had heard in recent times. Where are they? Tell me quickly, Suyu said anxiously. Zi Yunxiang's face was filled with joy. Miss Xia Jingyu is most likely at the headquarters of the Empire of Darkness. According to the news, Miss Xia was recommended to enter the headquarters of the Empire of Darkness to participate in the selection of the 7th Lord of Darkness due to her talents. There is a high chance that she is still at the Empire of Darkness. Headquarters. Suyu was shocked. Chapter 350. It was like an ancient ferocious beast that occupied the Zhenlong continent, overlooking all living things. In comparison, the 4 branch palaces were merely the empire's tentacles. Xia Jingyu had entered Dynasty's headquarters. However, thinking back to her inhuman level of comprehension, it was no surprise that she was chosen. From the looks of it, even if she wasn't chosen to become a saint, she should still be placed in an important position in the headquarters. If he had the chance to go to the headquarters, he would definitely look for it. Then, what about your father? Suyu asked. Zi Yunxiang's face was filled with pleasant surprise. Father appeared in Phoenix Cry region half a month ago. I heard that senior Lin Yunhe is with him. Phoenix Cry region? Su Yu raised his eyebrows. What a coincidence. The Phoenix meet was just around the corner and Zi Donglai had appeared there. Moreover, Lin Yunhe was with him. This meant that Zi Donglai had returned to the Alliance City and met up with Lin Yunhe after Su Yu had used the space distortion to teleport him away. Since that was the case, he should know that Su Yu had become Palace Master Yin Yu. He should also know that his daughter, Zi Yunxiang, was also in the Yinyu area. Why hadn't he come to meet Zi Yunxiang? In fact, why hadn't he sent a message to her? Could it be that he had a reason to be helpless? What were they planning to do in Phoenix Cry region? After thinking for some time, Su Yu smiled. Yunxiang, follow me to the Phoenix area in 3 days' time. After I have settled my matters, I will help you look for Housemaster Zi. Zi Yunxiang shed tears of gratitude, her eyes filled with excitement. The father and daughter could finally meet again after being separated for several months. Thank you, Yin Yu. I will definitely repay the favor I owe you. Zi Yunxiang's beautiful face was filled with sincere gratitude. The kindness that Su Yu had shown her was too much. He had saved her life, taken care of her, and searched for her father. Zi Yunxiang had no way to repay him. I only asked for peace of mind. You don't need to worry about me. All right, go and rest. We will set off in 3 days. Su Yu patted her shoulder and smiled comfortingly. Zi Yunxiang smiled peacefully. You too. When he finished speaking, he watched Su Yu leave. As she gazed at the skinny figure, Zi Yunxiang's bright eyes dimmed. A self-mocking smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. I met the right person at the wrong time. This is my fate. She had indescribable feelings for Su Yu. However, she also understood that Su Yu had a fiancé and someone he loved. He had always treated her as a friend. It was even more impossible for her to tolerate sharing a man with another woman. This was a woman's basic pride, and it had nothing to do with strength. Therefore, she could only suppress this feeling and treat it as a regret in her life that was never fulfilled. 3 days later. Other than training hard, Su Yu also seized the time to refine the Mountain River Dragon Bow. He naturally had to cherish the drop of 10,000 soldier liquid that Tu Long had given him. During the half a month of travel, Xiao Chen had already started to refine the 10,000 soldier liquid. By now, he had already used more than half of the 10,000 soldier liquid, which had 70% effects. Now, only the last wisp of 10,000 soldier liquid was left. As time passed, the 10,000 soldier liquid seeped into the silver bow, expelling the blood essence of the original owner from the silver bow. At the same time, Su Yu's blood essence fused into the silver bow. The process was arduous and slow. Finally, on the morning of the 3rd day, a draconic roar came from the mouth of the flying dragon carved on the silver bow. His voice was long and drawn out, and it contained an indescribable grand Tao of the heavens and the earth. The rhythm was similar to the Buddhist saints' 8 characters. Su Yu had successfully refined 1/10 of the 10,000 soldier liquid. Previously, a drop of diluted 10,000 soldier liquid had refined a small portion of the 10,000 soldier liquid. Now, with Tu Long's blood essence, he had successfully refined 1/10 of the 10,000 soldier liquid. The bowstring that could only be pulled back an inch in the past could now be pulled back 3 inches. An arrow of spirit energy the length of a finger was ready to be shot. Even though it was still transparent and had not materialized, it had already taken shape. It was far more powerful than the arrow that was the size of a thumb. Its power had increased by 3 times. Refining the 10,000 soldier liquid before the Phoenix meet was the best thing he could do. Su Yu did not want to have an extra bit of ability to increase his chances of winning in a meet where many strong martial artists gathered. Yin Yu, are you awake? It was Zi Yunxiang, impatiently waiting outside the door. Su Yu opened the door. Yes, let's go. But just as the two of them were about to set off, a sharp cry could be heard from deep in the sky. The cry reverberated throughout the universe, extremely ear-piercing. The spirit energy of all the martial artists in the city shook at the same time, their blood boiling. Some martial artists with low cultivation bases even fainted on the spot from the shock of the cry. Many martial artists were bleeding from their orifices. Their faces were filled with shock as they suppressed the strange movements within their bodies with difficulty. Only immortal realm martial artists could barely withstand it. The impact of the sound wave quickly reached the Inu manor. Su Yu's expression turned cold. He charged out of the stone door, waving his sleeves to protect Zi Yunxiang. Creak! The powerful sound wave caused Su Yu's sleeves to flutter, lifting the ruins of the manor 100 feet into the air. In no time, the sky was filled with broken rocks, dust covering the sun. Whoosh! Within the sky full of dust, a giant black shadow appeared in the sky above the Inu manor. It circled in the sky, letting out a sharp cry continuously. The people in the manor felt as if their heads were about to split open. The blood in the air rumbled continuously, causing them quite a bit of damage. Scram! Su Yu spat out a word. The aura of the Buddhist saint's 8 characters formed a vast sound wave that soared into the sky, blowing away all the dust in the air. The sound wave that kept coming was also cancelled out. The crowd felt a little better, frantically looking for cover to recuperate. Looking up, after the dust dissipated, the culprit appeared in front of the crowd. It was a huge blue eagle that was 100 feet in size. Its light blue feathers glistened in the sky. Its sharp and cold eyes looked down on the crowd in disdain. The aura of an immortal realm level 3 lower tier caused most of the human martial artists to shudder. Blue Illusion Eagle. It's the second Deputy Palace Master's Blue Illusion Eagle. My God, is that the legendary Blue Illusion Eagle? It is rumored that it is a Blue Illusion Eagle with a weak immortal bloodline. It can travel 1,000,000 miles in a day, and its speed far exceeds that of an immortal realm level 3. It is even faster than an immortal realm level 4. Since it has appeared, does that mean that the second Deputy Palace Master, Liu Li, has also appeared? The second Deputy Palace Master Liu Li. A Deputy Palace Master whose abilities were second only to Shen Kong. It was rumored that, apart from Shen Kong, he had not fought with any other Deputy Palace Master for many years. The reason was that he could not be bothered to fight with them. Even Xiao Guang, who was ranked third, was a world apart in terms of abilities. They were on 2 completely different levels. Xiao Guang could not even withstand a look from Liu Li, much less a direct fight. From the start, Liu Li only had one opponent. That was Shen Kong. He had said these words on many occasions. In the North Continent's sub-palace, the only person who could fight with him was Shen Kong. It was rumored that he had fought with Shen Kong many times, and there was a high possibility that he could replace Shen Kong and become the new Chief Deputy Palace Master. Su Yu's gaze turned serious, but he ignored the Blue Illusion Eagle. His gaze landed on the tall figure on the back of the Blue Illusion Eagle. What the? He then realized that the 3rd chapter from the previous day had been repeated. It had just been edited, and the correct chapter had been changed. The readers who had already subscribed did not need to subscribe again. They did not need to spend any money and could click on 348. They could view the edited chapter again. The cell phone version might be a little slower, as it had not been synced. They could only read it after a while. The computer version had already edited it, displaying the edited chapter. They could read it directly. Chapter 351. It was a young man in his mid-20s, but his abilities were at Immortal Realm Level 4. Su Yu had personally witnessed the power of an Immortal Realm Level 4. During the beast tide in the Forest of Darkness, the demonic beast King Icebird could move heaven and earth with a casual spit, destroying everything within 100 miles. That terror was still fresh in Su Yu's mind. It could be said that the realm above Immortal Realm Level 4 was another world for fighters. That was very close to the realm of gods. His every move was filled with great power, far beyond what an Immortal Realm Level 3 could compare to. Was that the second Deputy Palace Master, Liu Li? It's really Palace Leader Liu Li. The group of guards exclaimed and inhaled cold breaths. Their eyes were filled with respect. It was clearly Liu Li's mount that injured them, but they did not dare have any complaints. No, they could not bear any hatred. When Feng Qing, Shui Yarrow, and Xiao Guang had come knocking on their door, they had not dared to say anything. But now, they did not even dare to be angry. Xiao Guang is here. Liu Li placed his hands on the 2 swords at his waist, looking heroic and elegant. His handsome facial features reflected a jade-like luster under the sunlight. However, his expression was very calm. There was no joy or sorrow, and no joy could be seen. But Su Yu could feel that within that calmness, there was a cold arrogance. There was dead silence below, no one replying. I am asking you a question, Yin Yu. Liu Li looked down at Su Yu, calmly saying. Su Yu calmly said, Oh, so you are talking to me? He did not even look him in the eye when talking to him. Yes. I am talking to you, answer me. Liu Li said simply, but it sounded like an order. Why must I answer you? Su Yu laughed as he shook his head. Liu Li's gaze was still calm, without a ripple. My time is limited, and I do not wish to be wasted by you. I will ask you one last time, is he dead or alive? He probably felt that conversing with Su Yu was a waste of time. Since you do not wish to be wasted by me, why are you asking me? Do you think I have to answer you? Su Yu laughed. Liu Li shook his head, no longer looking at Su Yu. You have missed a chance. A chance for me to give you pointers. Which of the other deputy palace masters didn't treat him with utmost respect? However, Liu Li never showed any emotion to others. She always had a cold and arrogant face. It was extremely difficult to meet him, let alone talk to him. What's more, to be able to spar with him and receive his guidance. Even Xiao Guang, who was ranked third, was probably eager to fight with him and receive pointers. Hearing this, Su Yu was extremely amused. Perhaps others were currying favor with him, hoping to get his guidance after befriending him. However, it was too egotistical to think that everyone would have something to ask of him and look up to him. Leave it for someone else. I don't need it. Su Yu shook his head. Liu Li glanced at him indifferently. Only a frog in a well would have such thoughts. You will never be able to see the true martial path. With that, Liu Li steered the Blue Eagle and flew into the sky. Let's go. Xiaoguang is dead. He died in a battle between weaklings. He's not worthy of sympathy. In his eyes, the fight between Su Yu and Xiaoguang was a meaningless fight between the weak. This person's arrogance was truly astounding. Finally, Liu Li turned to look at Su Yu. Let's go. We'll meet at the Phoenix Cabinet. Don't cause trouble for me. I don't have time to bother with your trivial matters. Su Yu could not help but laugh. Liu Li had actually thought that Su Yu would seek his help after getting into trouble at the Phoenix Cabinet. Let's go. Liu Li said to the Blue Eagle, preparing to leave. Wait. Su Yu coldly scolded. Your matter is over, but mine has yet to begin. Liu Li did not even turn his head. Speak. You only have 3 breaths' time. Su Yu surveyed the surroundings, coldly saying, Don't you want to say something to my injured citizens? Controlling the Blue Eagle to descend upon Inu City, causing many people to be injured. No matter what, this was Liu Li's fault for not considering the situation. Is there anything else? Liu Li calmly said. Su Yu coldly said, Speak. How do you want to settle this? But Liu Li controlled the Blue Eagle and flew up, calmly replying, If there's nothing else, I'm leaving. As for the matter you spoke of, it is merely my mount's remaining wild nature. It has already restrained itself by only injuring and not killing. You should be thankful that it did not kill your people. All right, we'll meet at the Phoenix Cabinet. Remember, don't cause trouble for me. After saying this, the Blue Eagle turned into a blue afterimage, piercing through the heavens and disappearing. Its speed was far above that of an immortal realm level 4. It was frightening. Su Yu activated his crystalline pupils, but he could only catch a fleeting afterimage within a 50-mile radius. It could be seen that the speed of the Blue Eagle was so fast that Su Yu could not catch up to it. Liu Li. Su Yu was furious. According to Liu Li, his mount was already being merciful by not killing anyone. Su Yu should be thankful that it had only injured a few people. Zi Yunxiang was furious. How arrogant. Why didn't he say that we should be thankful that his mount did not kill us? Su Yu looked in the direction of the Blue Eagle, calmly saying, Let's return the favor at the Phoenix meet. This kind of person can only be taught a lesson with a fist. Any reasoning is unnecessary. There's no time to lose. Let's set off as well. Su Yu grabbed Zi Yunxiang, taking to the skies. Half a month later, they had finally arrived at the Phoenix area after traveling thousands of miles. This area was located in the middle of the North Continent. It was like spring all year round, the climate was humid, and there were many mountain ranges. The mountains were often covered in mist, as if it was a paradise on Earth. The resources were abundant, and there were many birds, beasts, fish, and bugs. The Phoenix area occupies the North Continent's natural fortune. It is not something that the 100 Territories Alliance can compare to, Zi Yunxiang exclaimed. Su Yu nodded. Indeed. But the water vapor is too dense. In the forest, it can easily form miasma, especially since there are many poisonous creatures living in the forest. The poisonous substances they emit will enter the air along with the water vapor, forming an even more harmful miasma. As he said this, Su Yu pointed to the forest beneath them. A finger-sized black worm was wriggling on a tree. Heavenly poison worm, Zi Yunxiang was shocked. This worm is a deadly poisonous worm that can kill even an immortal level 1 martial artist. In the 100 Territories Alliance, its value is sky-high. It is comparable to a remnant of a complete legacy-level technique. Unexpectedly, Su Yu shook his head. It's not just one. Look again. Zi Yunxiang looked over, only to discover that the black soil under the tree was actually slightly wriggling. Upon closer inspection, she could see that it was not black soil. Instead, it was a horde of heavenly poison worms. They covered an area of 100 square meters, and there were tens of thousands of them. Hiss. If so many heavenly poison worms appeared in the 100 Territories Alliance, it would be a disaster. Apart from the Alliance city, no other force could defend against them, but such a frightening swarm of poisonous worms had appeared casually in the Phoenix area. Su Yu creased his brows. Even though the Phoenix area was special, it was not normal for so many poisonous creatures to gather here. A crystalline glow flashed deep within his pupils. Su Yu secretly observed a 50-mile radius. After looking, his expression turned serious. What the? Only then did he realize that the third chapter from yesterday had been repeated. It had just been edited and replaced with the correct chapter. Readers who had already subscribed did not need to subscribe again. They did not need to spend any money and could directly click 348. They could view the edited chapter again. The cell phone version might be slower, as it had not been synced. They could only view it after a while. The computer version had already been edited, displaying the edited chapter. They could view it directly. Chapter 352. Within 50 miles, there were all sorts of poisonous creatures. There were poisonous creatures of all sizes at every step. Even Su Yu felt his hair stand on end when he saw the most powerful poisonous creatures, not daring to provoke them. Be careful, we might have accidentally entered a special zone, Su Yu said seriously. The surroundings were not normal, and he had to be careful. As he spoke, a purplish-black mist suddenly rose from the forest in the horizon. It's miasma. Furthermore, from the color, it might be poisonous. Let's avoid it, Su Yu said cautiously. The two of them carefully circled the edge of the miasma, preparing to avoid it. But, clang, suddenly, the sound of metal clashing reverberated within the miasma, accompanied by a woman's cry for help. Su Yu raised his brows, his crystalline pupils unable to see what was happening within. Zi Yunxiang was troubled. Should we save her? Logically, they should leave as soon as possible. Emotionally, they should save her if she was in trouble. Su Yu thought for a moment, then said, "Wait outside the miasma, I'll go in." If it was within his abilities to save a life, why not? Crackle. Su Yu's body was surrounded by purple arcs of lightning, enveloping him within. The nearby poisonous fog was turned into black ash when it came into contact with the powerful lightning, falling to the ground. Whoosh. Su Yu entered the miasma, and was able to see what was happening within. It was a young, enchanting woman, about 25 or 26 years old, with the abilities of an immortal realm level 3 lower tier. She had a charming face, wearing a snow-white fox fur robe. Her figure was enchanting, captivating. At this moment, she was sweating profusely, dealing with a 100-foot giant snake. Among the demonic beasts, the giant snake's size and abilities were not strong. However, The poisonous fog it spat out shocked Su Yu. The miasma had appeared because the snake was spitting out poisonous fog. Su Yu's instincts told him that if he was hit by the poisonous liquid, even his body would rot on the spot. But at this moment, the beautiful woman breathed in the miasma, her stamina weakening. A faint black color appeared on her forehead. If no one saved her, she might not last more than a few minutes. Su Yu sighed inwardly. She was lucky to have met them. Su Yu pulled back the mountain river dragon bow, choosing to shoot from a distance. Her cultivation level was not high, only immortal realm level 2. Therefore, he was killed on the spot by the arrow. After thrashing a few times, the giant snake stopped struggling and was completely dead. After ascertaining that the snake was completely dead and that it would not retaliate before its death, Su Yu revealed himself. He went in front of the poisonous snake and removed its poison sac nimbly. The rescued beautiful woman was stunned. Clearly, she did not expect that the venomous snake that was about to poison her to death would be killed with one arrow. Seeing that Su Yu had removed the poison sac, the beautiful lady smiled gently. "Thank you, young hero, for saving me. This is an earth dragon snake, and it is still in its infancy. The poison in the poison sac has not reached its peak." She seemed relaxed, but her whole body was tense, like an arrow on a bowstring. If Su Yu had the slightest intention to kill her and take her treasures, she would immediately turn around and escape. Earth dragon snake. Su Yu did not know. Su Yu also noticed the woman's little tricks, but he didn't care. Under such circumstances, even Su Yu had to be on guard against the person who killed the poisonous snake, in order to avoid encountering people who were greedy for money. Su Yu nodded expressionlessly. He didn't even look at her, as he turned around and flew back. He then said apathetically, "Miss, you should leave as soon as possible. The poison in your body needs to be cleansed as soon as possible." After saying this, Su Yu flew away. The woman heaved a sigh of relief. It looked like Su Yu did not have any ill intentions. Her tense nerves relaxed, and the poisonous fog that she had suppressed exploded in an instant. With a cry of pain, the woman fell to the ground, clutching her chest and struggling in pain. Su Yu turned around, sighing helplessly. He flew back, grabbed her, and left the miasma. After meeting up with Zi Yunxiang, he brought the woman out of the poisonous area, to a clear and clean place. He inserted a shred of spirit energy, expelling a small portion of the poison, allowing her to regain consciousness. "Thank you, young hero, for saving my life." The woman woke up. After sensing that she was safe, she bowed and smiled, revealing a row of white teeth. That smile was like a red flower in a field. It was breathtaking and beautiful, causing one's heart to palpitate. What an enchanting woman! Her every action was full of charm. Compared to her, Zi Yunxiang's inexperience was obvious. His eyes clear, Su Yu turned his body, calmly saying, "Since you are fine, we will take our leave. Yunxiang, let's go. Young hero, please wait. I am Zhu Jing, and I live in the Phoenix Fort. My husband is from the Phoenix Fort's Yarrow family, an alchemy family. Young hero, why don't you come to my husband's house as a guest, to repay the debt of saving your life?" Yarrow family? Zi Yunxiang's heart trembled, losing her voice. Yarrow family? Could it be the Yarrow family of the Phoenix Fort's 8 great families? Saying this, Zi Yunxiang secretly sent a message to Su Yu. "Yin, you saved a very important person. The Yarrow family is proficient in alchemy, and it is said that they can create an ancient elixir. Many strong martial artists yearn for it, and even Han Jianglin was rejected when he asked for it. If what she said is true, and she really is the wife of the Yarrow family, you might be able to get a generous reward." Su Yu did not even think, shaking his head, "No need. I did not save her for the reward. Furthermore, saving someone might not be a reward." Su Yu's last sentence seemed to have a deeper meaning. Zi Yunxiang understood as well, sighing regretfully. How could she not understand that in this world, doing good might not be rewarded? Seeing that Su Yu and his group were about to leave, Zhu Jing let out a bitter sigh. "It is my fault for not thinking things through, and causing trouble for you. But, I beg for you to lend me a hand. In the fight just now, my internal organs were injured. If you are going with me, please escort me back to the city. When the time comes, I will repay you generously. Hey! Suyu creased his brows, thinking for a moment, nodding his head unwillingly. Be quiet on the way, and do not ask too many questions. As long as she did not cause trouble, he could send her back along the way. Thank you, young hero. I will remember your instructions. Ju Jing smiled, bowing in respect. Her actions were dignified and polite, as expected of the young master of a great family. The way she spoke was different from the norm. They did not speak along the way. After half a day, the group finally arrived at the Phoenix Fort. The Phoenix Cabinet was in the center of the fort. They sent Ju Jing all the way to the Yarrow family of the Phoenix Fort. The Yarrow family occupied an area of the Phoenix Fort. Their buildings were grand and imposing, and they were heavily guarded, displaying the grandeur of a great family. All right, I will send you here. There is no need to thank me, goodbye. After sending her to the door, Suyu said his goodbyes. Ju Jing hurriedly said, young hero, please wait. Hey! Suyu turned back, a little impatient. Is there anything else? She gently stroked her hair, an unintentional action, but it was extremely flirtatious. The passers-by and the guards of the Yarrow family were all stunned. Even for Suyu, the thought of pressing him to the ground once again appeared in his mind. The evil thought of ravaging her. Chapter 353. Young hero is a narrow-minded person. I believe that you will not be interested in my tacky treasures. From what I see, young hero seems to be new to the Phoenix Cry Castle, so you must be unfamiliar with the Phoenix Cry Castle. If young hero needs any information, my Yarrow family can help you investigate. I believe that with the power of my Yarrow family, we will definitely have an advantage over young hero. If she had really promised elixirs and techniques, Suyu would not have been interested. But information, especially information about Xiana, was something he desperately wanted to know. If that is the case, then I will have to trouble you. Suyu did not hesitate. Ju Jing smiled, young hero, your presence brings light to my humble dwelling. Young hero, young lady, please follow me. Under her lead, the group entered the Yarrow family's hall. Along the way, Suyu sensed more than 10 Immortal Realm Level 3 fighters. Apart from Han Jianglin, no other family in the 100 Territories Alliance could have such power. As expected of the Phoenix Cabinet, one of the 8 great families, to have such power. Young hero, please wait for a moment. I am going to take off my clothes and will be back soon. After pouring tea for Suyu and the others, Ju Jing stood up and apologized. Looking at her slender back, Zi Yunxiang was a little envious. What a perfect woman. Her looks, demeanor, figure, and cultivation level are all top-notch. I have long heard that the Yarrow family has a beautiful madam. Could she be Ju Jing? Qing Cheng? Every frown and smile of this woman had a soul-stirring charm. It was not an exaggeration to say that she was beautiful. As the two of them were talking, suddenly, an imposing youth walked out from the back of the hall. He was 27 or 28 years old, short and fat, his skin tanned, his eyes as narrow as mung beans. He looked comical, but his aura was cold, giving off a sense of danger. You are the ones who saved my wife. The short and fat man's voice was sharp, like a eunuch's. Suyu creased his brows. What was going on? Doubt. But since this person was Ju Jing's husband, Suyu suppressed his displeasure. Yes, in the miasma, my wife was being harassed by a young earth dragon snake. We passed by and saved her, Suyu said truthfully. The short and fat man squinted, looking Suyu up and down. Earth dragon snake, you? Do you know that even a young earth dragon snake could kill an immortal level 3 peak martial artist? Yet you were able to kill it easily and rescue my wife from its mouth. Suyu slowly stood up. Even though he was only 16 years old, he was much taller than the other party. He looked down at him with a cold expression. You suspect that I am greedy for the Yarrow family's reward, and purposely saved him to express my goodwill, using your kindness to gain self-respect? A sinister smile appeared on the corners of the short and fat man's mouth. You're taking advantage of my kindness? If that's all you've got, it's not a big deal for me to give you a reward. Suyu was confused. Oh, tell me, what do you mean by I'm more than that? Do I still need to say it? Of course it was a deliberate ploy to lure my family's madam into a trap. You took the opportunity to win her trust and enter my Yarrow family to covet the ancient panacea. The short fatty sneered, this kind of trick has been outdated for hundreds of years. To think that someone would still use it today. How reckless. Upon hearing this, Suyu was stunned. When he regained his senses, he stood up and shook his head in amusement. I didn't expect that I would become a villain after saving someone's life. If I had known this would happen, why would I have done this? Humph. There's no need to quibble here. You and I both know the truth. The short and fat man snorted coldly. Suyu shook his head and did not speak. There was no way to communicate with this kind of person. Yunxiang, let's go. If you had known this would happen, why did you do it in the first place? Suyu pulled Zi Yunxiang and turned to leave. Wait. The short and fat man shouted. Suyu stood still and did not turn back. However, his words were unusually calm. Why? You want to kill us just because of a suspicion? If word of this gets out, where will your Yarrow family's reputation come from? The short and fat man grunted. I wouldn't go so far as to kill you. I have seen too many people like you. My Yarrow family has no time for you. However, you have borrowed our bow. Shouldn't you return it? Bow? Suyu's eyes narrowed. You are saying that I borrowed your Yarrow family's bow? The short and fat man clapped his hands. Ching Cheng, come out and tell them what happened in the forest. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Other than Ju Jing, who had a serious expression, there were 10 strong fighters of Immortal Realm Level 3 who entered from the back of the hall. They surrounded him tightly, making it so that not even a drop of water could pass through. Suyu looked around at the crowd, his gaze finally landing on Ju Jing's face. That dignified and charming face was now filled with a sense of unfamiliarity. Sir, please return the bow. Do not do such a shameless thing. Ching Cheng will look down on you. Ju Jing's tone was calm and emotionless. Suyu was calm, his hands behind his back. He had a faint smile. Why don't you tell us yourself what happened in the forest? The short and fat man grunted. You are truly shameless. Even at death's door, you are still unwilling to admit it. Ching Cheng, tell everyone here what happened in the forest. Ju Jing's snow-white chin nodded. She spoke slowly. Half a day ago, I was picking herbs and passed by a miasma. I heard a cry for help and went to investigate. I discovered a young man, who is this sir, being harassed by an earth dragon snake. At the critical moment, I threw the silver bow that I carried with me to the young man as a weapon. Only then did he manage to escape. What I did not expect was that this sir, upon seeing the bow, would attempt to take it for himself. Furthermore, he was lustful and attempted to take advantage of me. Ju Jing was on the verge of tears. It was as if she had suffered a great injustice. Her expression was pitiful and pitiful. I was quick-witted and lied that I would help him steal the spirit elixir from the Yarrow family. That was how I managed to preserve my chastity. As she spoke, Ju Jing threw herself into the arms of the short and fat man. Yarrowling, you have to help me. Her words were truly infuriating. The people of the Yarrow family were infuriated. Zi Yunxiang was even more infuriated. The people of the Yarrow family were infuriated by Suyu's shamelessness. He dared to snatch the silver bow from their savior, and even attempted to use his claws on her. Zi Yunxiang, on the other hand, was indignant. Ju Jing's acting was flawless. She had actually managed to turn the entire matter upside down. She finally understood that the moment Suyu saved Ju Jing, she had set her sights on Suyu's silver bow. Hence, she had used all sorts of methods to lure them into the Yarrow family. Who was the truly shameless one? Slap! Yarrow Ling's fat palm furiously slammed the table in front of him, turning it into powder. His expression was dark and furious. You have the guts to be lustful. You took something from the Yarrow family and even attempted to take advantage of my wife. Don't even think of leaving the Yarrow family today. Men, kill them. Kill them on the spot. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Groups of strong martial artists of the Yarrow family unleashed their killing techniques in anger, showing no mercy. Suyu laughed coldly with his hands behind his back. His laughter shook the roof, reaching the clouds. Ha ha ha. Interesting. I have seen many people who kill others to steal their treasures. However, this is the first time I have seen someone who wants to kill and steal their treasures the moment their savior appears. Interesting, very interesting. Then, I think it will be even more interesting to kill all of you. He was truly sorry for what had happened yesterday. He would continue to explode tomorrow to make up for it. Chapter 354. This couple had colluded with each other, trying to get their hands on the Mountain River Dragon Bow. If not for Su Yu's timely rescue, Zhu Jing would have died in the snake's stomach. What was laughable was that in the instant she called for help, Zhu Jing had set her sights on Su Yu's silver bow, luring him to the Yarrow family, intending to kill him and steal his treasure. How dark must her heart be to have such thoughts in an instant? This woman had an alluring beauty, but her heart was as vicious as a viper's and a scorpion's. Yarrow Ling said coldly, "Don't try to argue. The Yarrow family is a big family. Why would we covet the treasure of a nameless person like you? You have done all sorts of evil, yet you are still stubborn. Do you really think that the Yarrow family is a charity? Kill them as a warning to others." In Yarrow Ling's embrace, a vicious sneer appeared on the charming face of the frail Zhu Jing. Whoosh whoosh, 10 Immortal Realm Level 3 fighters attacked at the same time. A terrifying energy filled the surroundings, surrounding Su Yu and Zi Yunxiang, killing them on the spot. Su Yu protected Zi Yunxiang behind him, looking at them with cold disdain. Buzz buzz buzz, 10 long spirit energy needles formed on his fingers, shooting out in all directions as Su Yu's fingers danced. Not good. It's Immortal Realm Level 3 upper tier. Yarrow Ling was shocked. Su Yu was so young, how could he have imagined his cultivation level to be so high? In their eyes, Su Yu had killed the Earth Dragon Snake all because of the divine bow. But what they did not expect was that the truly terrifying thing was not the silver bow, but Su Yu himself. Immortal Realm Level 3 lower tier, retreat. Yarrow Ling shouted, pouncing forward. But it was too late for them to react. Clang creak among the 10 Immortal Realm Level 3 fighters, only one Immortal Realm Level upper tier managed to block it. The other 9 Immortal Realm Level 3 lower tier Yarrow family members had their chests blasted apart by the terrifying spirit energy. In front of an Immortal Realm Level 3 upper tier, lower tiers could not match up. Thunder Star Finger. But without waiting for Yarrow Ling to rush over to help, Su Yu did not stop. A bolt of purple lightning appeared on his palm, shooting out, killing the last Immortal Realm Level 3 upper tier fighter. In an instant, 10 Immortal Realm Level 3 fighters were killed on the spot. The scene was filled with corpses and bright red blood. It was bloody and tragic. Su Yu stood in the middle of the blood river, and a faint smile appeared at the corners of his mouth. His smile was evil and cruel, and he said, "With such power, you still dare to kill people and steal their treasures?" Unknowingly, Zhu Jing's charming face had frozen into an ice sculpture. Her beautiful snow-white eyes had shrunk to the size of a needle and were filled with fear. Her petite body was trembling on the spot, and her legs were trembling non-stop. Puff, due to his nervousness, his legs turned to jelly, and he collapsed to the ground. Staring at the corpses on the ground, he fell into a daze. Yarrow Ling was furious. An Immortal Realm Level 3 martial artist, which was 30% of the Yarrow family's power, had been destroyed in an instant. What caused Yarrow Ling to be even more terrified was that, as an Immortal Realm Level 3 upper tier martial artist, he was also killed by the young man in front of him in one move. What kind of cultivation did the other party have? Could he be an Immortal Realm Level 3 peak? "It's your turn now, young Master Yarrow," Madam Ching Cheng. Su Yu had an evil smile on his face, and his killing intent was extremely strong. Yarrow Ling shuddered and hurriedly withdrew his hand. He turned around and carried Zhu Jing to escape. "Run, father, please." Creak, but a moon-white figure blocked in front of them like a broken thread. "Why? Do you not intend to take back your silver bow? Do you not intend to punish a lecher like me?" Su Yu's back was facing them, and he let out a cold laugh. Yarrow Ling's heart shook, and he gave a low roar. "I do not care who you are or what you are doing. I hope you will think this through. This is the Phoenix Fort, the Yarrow family. If you touch a single hair of ours, you will not be able to leave the Yarrow family." "Hehe, are you threatening me?" Su Yu turned his head, and his face was filled with a cold smile. Unfortunately, I am not afraid of threat. Not to mention a mere Yarrow family, even if it was the people of the Phoenix Cabinet who provoked me, I would kill them without hesitation. Furthermore, even if I were to let you off, would I be able to leave the Yarrow family alive? Su Yu let out a cold laugh and walked forward, his expression filled with killing intent. I do not seek any rewards, and only acted on my conscience to save you. To think that I would receive such treatment from you. Your deaths are not to be regretted. Yarrow Ling's expression changed. Wait. This was not my intention. I was deceived. It was my wife who took a fancy to your silver bow and tricked me into taking it. Ju Jing, who was in his embrace, turned pale with fright. She looked up at Yarrow Ling in disbelief. Husband, you. Yarrow Ling lowered his head and scolded angrily. Isn't it because of your greed that you offended the young hero? You are seeking death. Do not implicate the Yarrow family. At that moment, Ju Jing's eyes were filled with grievance, her snow-white eyes misting over. Husband, are you so heartless? I only mentioned his silver bow. It was you who acted on your own and wanted to take the silver bow. At such a critical moment, you pushed me out to die. How could you be so heartless? Yarrow Ling said in a low voice, everything I said is true. The two of them, at such a critical moment, began to shift the blame onto each other. Su Yu shook his head playfully. Both of you, why are you putting on an act? Pretending to shift the blame onto each other so that you can stall for time? You are stupid, but do not assume that others are as stupid as you. Although the battle just now had ended quickly, it still attracted the attention of the Yarrow family's fighters. If they did not leave in time and the real experts of the Yarrow family appeared, it would be troublesome. The two of them looked like they were husband and wife, each doing their own thing in the face of danger. But in reality, they were cooperating with each other, trying to stall for time and wait for reinforcements. Yarrow Ling and Ju Jing's expressions froze at the same time. Ju Jing's flustered expression gradually disappeared. Her charming face was replaced with a cunning and calm expression. I admit that I made a mistake and provoked a strong enemy. I am willing to compensate you. Name your price. As long as the Yarrow family is able to pay it, we will not hesitate. Apart from that, we will let you go. From now on, we will have nothing to do with each other. Our only condition is that you do not harm us. The current Ju Jing seemed to have changed into a different person. She was like a completely different person from the helpless and timid image of a moment ago. Su Yu could not figure out which was the real Ju Jing. Was she flirtatious, calm and composed, or was she flustered when faced with trouble? Yarrow Ling was silent at the side, letting Ju Jing take charge. Su Yu's lips formed a mocking smile. I don't think much of it. I do not care for the things of the Yarrow family. I only want to eliminate the root of the problem, to prevent future trouble. Su Yu took a step forward. At this moment, Ju Jing was still calm as usual. Her snow-white eyes were cold. You will regret this. Su Yu calmly shook his head. I have never regretted. Su Yu pointed a finger at Yarrow Ling. At this moment, Ju Jing did a dumbfounded action. She took out a dagger from her sleeves and stabbed it into Yarrow Ling's chest. With a flick of her wrist, Yarrow Ling's heart was crushed. Ah! Ching Cheng, you! Yarrow Ling stared at Ju Jing's back in disbelief. His wife of 3 years had actually pulled out a knife against him. Ju Jing did not turn back, her face cold, without the slightest bit of affection between husband and wife. I'm sorry, Yarrow Ling. I have to sacrifice you in order to be saved. Blood wings. Pulling out the dagger, Yarrow Ling spat out fresh blood, splattering all over the sky. A portion of it formed a pair of 3 jong long blood-red wings on Ju Jing's back. As the wings flapped, they created a terrifying gust of wind, instantly sending Yarrow Ling a few miles away. Her speed was comparable to an immortal realm level 4, just below the Blue Eagle. Su Yu's eyes flashed. Humph. Trying to escape. A purple light flashed in his right eye, gathering space energy and enveloping Ju Jing, who had escaped 10 miles away, teleporting her back. Ju Jing's calm expression changed for the first time. Innate space talent. Her expression was flustered. What are you trying to do? Of course I'm trying to send you down. Su Yu's murderous intent was strong. This woman had the heart of a snake and scorpion. She had disregarded Su Yu's gratitude for saving her life, tried to snatch Su Yu's silver bow, and plotted to kill him. She had even sacrificed her husband of 3 years without hesitation. Su Yu felt a chill from the bottom of his heart at such a heartless woman. This person could not be left alive. However, just as she was about to be teleported back, a powerful and unparalleled spiritual energy suddenly shot over from the sky, disrupting the teleportation in the area on the spot. Freed from her restraints, Ju Jing immediately spread her blood wings and fled. Su Yu was furious, quickly giving chase. But the blood wings were a secret technique used to save one's life. Su Yu chased for a while, but was unable to catch up. Looking around coldly, Su Yu's eyes were cold. Who saved Ju Jing secretly? That person seemed to have been nearby, but had not shown herself. What was her motive for being near the Yarrow family? I cannot catch up to you, but it is not difficult to find you. Su Yu was unwilling to give up. His crystalline pupils revolved, seeing everything within a 50-mile radius. Even though Ju Jing was fast, he could still see her clearly. After half a cup of tea's time, Ju Jing entered a secluded area of the Phoenix Fort from the sky. Carefully landing in an alley, Ju Jing opened her mouth and coughed violently, spitting out a few mouthfuls of blood. Ju Jing's eyes glowed coldly as she pushed open a pitch-black door at the end of the alley. Creak, the giant door opened. The spacious courtyard was dead silent, filled with silence. It was supposed to be filled with birds and flowers, but there was not even the sound of insects in the courtyard. It was as if the place had fallen into a hopeless silence. Greetings, Master. Ju Jing knelt on one knee, fearful and fearful. A woman's raspy voice came from within the courtyard. You are injured. Ju Jing endured the pain, activating the Bloodwing's secret technique. The damage to her body was obvious. I am fine, Master. I accidentally provoked a strong youth and brought trouble upon myself. I had no choice but to kill Yarrowling. I am afraid I cannot continue staying in the Yarrow family. Ju Jing endured the pain as she spoke. The raspy voice was ethereal, coming from an unknown location within the courtyard. You did not just bring trouble upon yourself. Even I was almost exposed by you. Creak, a bolt of spirit energy shot out from the courtyard, heading in Su Yu's direction. Su Yu was using his full power to observe Ju Jing and the courtyard. Suddenly, an immortal level 4 powerful spirit energy shot out from within. His expression changed slightly, and he dodged it hurriedly. After dodging, he revolved his crystalline pupils again, but Ju Jing had already disappeared. In a secret chamber of the Phoenix Fort, a lady wearing a black long dress and a black mask was playing with a cup in her hands. Countless poisonous insects were fighting and devouring each other. Chapter 355. Do not do such a foolish thing a second time, or else you will know the consequences, the masked woman said in a hoarse voice. Ju Jing bowed and knelt. Yes, Master. How did it go? The masked woman said indifferently. Reporting to Master, I have successfully obtained the ancient elixir formula of the Yarrow family. I had wanted to gather enough ingredients to hand it over to Master, but I did not expect to find a youth using a silver bow. That silver bow was extremely powerful, and it could not be a normal divine artifact. I had wanted to give it to Master, but I did not expect to get into trouble. The masked woman shook her head. It is enough that you have the intention. Be careful next time. The Phoenix Cabinet is near, and there will be many strong fighters. There are all sorts of strange geniuses. You cannot judge a book by its cover, and overlook it just because you are young. Seeing that you have completed your mission, I will let bygones be bygones. Go and cultivate. Ju Jing revealed a joyous expression, revealing a smile of relief. I can finally leave the Yarrow family. Back then, in order to carry out her master's mission, she had sacrificed herself and married into the Yarrow family to obtain the formula of an ancient elixir. For 3 whole years, she had faced a husband she did not like, and had been careful in every aspect. She had gained the trust of the Yarrow family, gradually reaching this stage. Today, she had finally completed her mission. After Ju Jing left, the masked woman turned back, coldly staring at Ju Jing's departing figure. Once the cunning hare is dead, the hound will be cooked. Ju Jing, your mission has been completed. It is time for you to find your own home. Whoosh! Su Yu descended upon the black door of the yard. Looking around coldly, he could no longer sense the aura of Ju Jing and the mysterious master. There is something wrong with this place. Su Yu looked around. The place was unusually quiet, not even the sound of bugs could be heard. At this moment, a light breeze blew past. Su Yu's pupils dilated, abruptly turning his head to look at the woodshed. He carefully rushed over, opening a gap and looking inside. Hiss! Even Su Yu could not help but suck in a breath of cold air. In this small woodshed, there were actually 20 people's bones piled up. There were also 9 people chained to the wall, their bodies emitting a rotting stench. But they were not dead, and still had a breath left. Every one of them had a pained expression, looking like a bag of bones. Swarms of flies circled them, preparing to enjoy the final feast of death. If that was all, Su Yu would not have been so shocked. What made him suck in a breath of cold air was that whether it was the 9 people or the pile of bones, their bodies were all mutilated. In the cabinets on both sides of the woodshed, there were huge jugs of water stored inside. Impressively, these jugs contained the parts that they had lost. They were tortured to death and had their organs cut out while they were still alive. Could such inhumane methods really be done by humans? Taking a closer look, the room was littered with pills that had yet to be processed. Using martial artists to test elixirs and conduct human experiments, Su Yu felt a chill run down his spine. Who was Ju Jing's master? What was her motive? How could he do such a cruel and inhumane thing? Save me. Out of the 9, one of them managed to maintain a strand of consciousness. When he saw that there was someone outside, he weakly said, "Save me." Clang! Su Yu kicked the door open and rushed over in a flash. He lifted his finger, intending to destroy the chains and save him. His abdomen had been cut open and his internal organs had been hollowed out. Right now, he was barely hanging on by a thread. But just as Su Yu was about to save him, he shook his head. "No, don't put me down. Kill me. Kill me. You're saving me." What kind of pain did he have to go through to beg for death? A fate worse than death. His organs had been cut out while he was still alive and he had been subjected to cruel torture. He could neither live nor die. His only hope was to die. Su Yu's heart trembled, his palms trembling. Too cruel. Too vicious. He had killed countless people, but he had never tortured someone to such an extent. Who did this? Su Yu asked. The other party weakly said, "It was Feng A Puu." Before he could finish his sentence, he spat out a mouthful of black blood. At the same time, the other 8 people were convulsing, their mouths foaming. Their bodies were rotting at a speed visible to the naked eye. "Ah! Quick, kill me." That person was like a crazed beast, letting out a shrill roar in pain, as if he was being tortured in hell. Su Yu slowly closed his eyes. Too cruel. He did not even give them a chance to live. Before that master left, he had given them poison. The poison caused them to self-destruct. Creak! Su Yu closed his eyes, a bolt of lightning streaking across his fingertips, turning them all into ashes. He had given them a quick death before they died. Even though the dust had settled, Su Yu's heart could not calm down. Who was Feng? Was he human? Where was he now? Su Yu bowed toward the many bodies in the room, then slowly retreated. In the future, if he met Feng, he would act on behalf of heaven, giving these martial artists who had died in vain a consolation. If it was difficult to meet Feng, Su Yu naturally would not waste his energy to find Feng and seek justice for them. This was the only promise a passerby like Su Yu could make to the dead. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh! Suddenly, the sound of a large group of martial artists breaking through the air could be heard from outside the courtyard. Su Yu creased his brows, sighing helplessly. In the end, I still fell for it. However, Ju Jing, you cannot escape. Su Yu's eyes were filled with coldness. We are the patrol envoys of the Phoenix Cabinet. The person inside, come out. A cold female voice could be heard from outside the house. Su Yu walked out of the woodshed, his expression calm as he looked at the patrol envoys. They were all young women wearing fiery red armor. Their cultivation levels were around Immortal Realm Level 2. The beautiful woman in the lead had a cultivation level of Immortal Realm Level 3 peak. Even though she was over 30 years old, it was not hard to imagine that she was one of the most outstanding female disciples of the Phoenix Cabinet when she was younger. The beautiful woman had a delicate face, a slender figure, and looked extremely weak. But her jade-like face was constantly releasing a cold, unapproachable glow. "What are you doing here? This house has long been listed as a forbidden ground. You are not allowed to enter." The cold woman stared at Suyu with a cold, sharp gaze. Suyu moved aside expressionlessly, his heart heavy. "Take a look for yourselves." "Hey!" The beautiful leader raised her beautiful brows, both hands gripping the long sword at her waist as she stepped into the woodshed. In a moment, she turned around and came out. Her beautiful face was as gloomy as an enraged lioness. Beneath her skin was a boundless fury. "Capture him." Without hesitation, she pointed at Suyu from afar. Suyu creased his brows. "Aren't you being too presumptuous? Capturing me without asking for the reason? I came here chasing an enemy and accidentally discovered this place. The culprit is someone else," Suyu explained. Unexpectedly, while the beautiful woman was patrolling, she seemed to have been provoked, her eyes spitting flames of fury. She wanted to bite Suyu to death. "You still want to deny it? We received a report that the continuous disappearances of the Phoenix Fort were related to a white-robed youth. Hence, we rushed here to investigate. You dare to deny it when you are caught red-handed?" The beautiful woman was filled with hatred, her killing intent surging. She scolded angrily, "Are you still human? How could you be so inhumane, committing such inhumane acts? I, Mu Tianfang, represent the Phoenix Cabinet to announce that I will execute you, a beast with a human's face but a beast's heart, in front of everyone." Suyu said helplessly, "Miss Mu, I think you should investigate who the informant was. If I am really the instigator of all this, I would like to ask why you did not discover me after such a long time. This means that I was cautious. Why would I be so careless and allow myself to be caught red-handed?" Mu Tianfang was filled with disgust. "You mean that we did not catch you previously because we were incompetent?" Suyu calmly said, "Yes, incompetent. Dozens of people were killed, but you did not have any clues. If not for me accidentally stumbling upon this place today, I'm afraid there would have been countless more people who would have died here." Mu Tianfang's beautiful face turned red with anger. You are shameless. It is not too late for us to catch you now. You do not need to deny it. I will only ask you one question. How did the 9 corpses die?" Mu Tianfang said coldly. Suyu froze, sighing helplessly. "I used my lightning ability to end their lives." "Hehe, do you still feel that you are innocent?" Mu Tianfang laughed coldly. "You are a man. You dare to do it, but do not dare to admit it. You dare to do such an insane thing, but do not dare to admit it." Mu Tianfang was overbearing. The veins on Suyu's forehead throbbed. "This stupid woman. I will say it one last time. Quickly investigate the informant. He might be the real murderer," Suyu repeated. He also wanted to know if the patrol envoys could find out who the owner of this place was. "There is no need. I have already released him. Don't even think about finding out his identity and taking revenge." Mu Tianfang laughed coldly. "You do not repent even at death's door. You are a beast in human skin. There is no hope for you. I will give you one last chance. Surrender and come back with me to be punished." "Release him?" Suyu was furious. "Stupid woman. Quickly find him and bring him back to me." Suyu was furious. Mu Tianfang was stunned by his roar. She regained her senses, her face filled with shame and anger. "Damned thing. A person like you is not worthy of being brought back to the Phoenix Cabinet for trial. I will personally kill you, you beast." Suyu was furious. This woman was so stupid that no medicine could save her. Chapter 356. Inexperienced brat, you still dare to be insolent in front of this lady. Being lectured by a nameless junior, Mu Tianfang didn't know whether she should laugh or get angry. "Don't worry about it, I'll do it myself." Mu Tianfang laughed angrily. "Dragon seizing hand." With a soft shout, Mu Tianfang's spiritual energy seeped out of her body and twined around her arms, condensing into 2 giant claws that were 5 feet long. It was tough and powerful, as if it could capture a real dragon. 2 giant claws slashed through the air, causing the air to tremble. The surrounding area of 30 m was completely suppressed by the enormous might of the heavens and the earth, causing one's heart to be uneasy and extremely oppressed. Suyu was surprised. An immortal level cultivation technique of stage 2 lower class. As expected of the leader of the patrol envoys. Cultivating an immortal level cultivation technique to the 2nd level was something that most people would find hard to achieve in their entire lives. With such momentum, even if it was someone of the same level, it would be difficult for them to escape the fate of being captured within 10 moves. However, it was a pity that she had run into Suyu. Buzz buzz buzz. All of a sudden, Suyu's body was surrounded by a mysterious and unusual natural concept. Suyu, who was clearly right in front of them, gave them an illusory feeling. It was as if he had fused with nature and become the water, the earth, the sky, and a part of nature. Rumble in the sky, the spiritual chi frantically scurried, forming an incomparably huge dark cloud above his head. The sky, which was clearly bright during the day, instantly darkened. Purple lightning dragons danced wildly in the clouds, as if they were waiting for their king's command. Tribulation of ice and thunder, Suyu bellowed. Ever since the frost chi skyrocketed, the power of the tribulation of ice and thunder had also skyrocketed. Inspector Bai he had perished under this move. Roar, the 100-jong-long purple dragon roared downwards, bringing with it lightning and ice, freezing everything on the great earth. Mu Tianfang raised her head solemnly, her eyes filled with astonishment. Divine grade divine decree. There's actually someone who has cultivated the divine decree to such an extent. It's really unexpected. As the purple dragons attacked, Mu Tianfang switched from offense to defense. She raised both her palms towards the sky and said, "Let me capture your 2 purple dragons alive." Facing this, Mu Tianfang was not afraid at all and faced it head-on. Roar, the purple dragon roared angrily, lightning splashed, and ice fluttered. In the scene of a disaster, Mu Tianfang clenched her teeth and fought with all her might. She was actually able to resist the purple dragon. The stalemate continued for a full 10 breaths of time. In the end, the 1,000-foot-long purple dragon was whittled down to only 100 feet. However, Mu Tianfang could no longer hold on and the purple dragon pierced through her body. Crack, Kylar, lightning and ice struck her body at the same time. A large part of her dress was burnt. The extreme cold froze her fragrant body with a layer of ice on the spot, causing her movements to become stiff and slow. Whoosh, without waiting for her to dodge, Suyu approached her and tapped her forehead with his finger. "Stupid woman, I can kill you with a flick of my finger." Suyu snorted angrily. He slowly lowered his finger and broke the ice that covered her body. Having been freed, Mu Tianfang's face flushed red like a piece of red cloth. Not only was he defeated by a yellow-haired brat, but he was also naked in front of everyone. Although everyone except Suyu was female, it still made her feel extremely embarrassed. Mu Tianfang grabbed a cloak from the patrol envoy beside her hurriedly and wrapped it around her exquisite body. She then clenched her teeth and glared at Suyu. You are shameless. You are shameless. You pervert." Suyu couldn't help but laugh. "You fought your way here, and I ruined your clothes, yet you blame me for being shameless? Waya. I'm so pissed off. You still dare to quibble." Mu Tianfang was so angry that her whole body was trembling. "Stupid woman." Suyu gave a cold grunt. "If you continue to cause trouble, I will burn all your clothes." With Suyu's abilities, he could definitely do that. The rest of the patrol envoys were no match for Suyu. No one could stop Suyu. Mu Tianfang was angry and embarrassed, subconsciously grabbing the cloak that covered her body. "You dare. In this world, there is nothing that I don't dare to do if I want to," Suyu calmly said. Such confident words caused Mu Tianfang to have a misconception that this youth was really capable of doing anything. Mu Tianfang clenched her teeth, not daring to retort. "You have finally calmed down." Suyu was calm. "A stupid woman like you can only be reasoned with by my fist." Mu Tianfang was so angry she almost vomited blood. She glared at Suyu fiercely. Suyu waved his hands. "All right, Since you have calmed down, let's talk about what happened here. I think you know whether I am a suspect or not. Mu Tianfang was silent. Indeed, if Su Yu was a suspect, he could have killed everyone present to prevent his true identity from being exposed. She had been too presumptuous and emotional when she insisted that Su Yu was the culprit just now. Whoosh, Su Yu took out his seal. The rest of the patrol envoys were shocked. Deputy Palace Master? You are the Deputy Palace Master of the Empire of Darkness? Mu Tianfang's pupils turned serious. Yin Yu. The legendary new Deputy Palace Master Yin Yu? Unbelievable. He is the legendary genius, Palace Master Yin Yu. One of the patrol envoys' eyes were filled with admiration. A few of the other Deputy Palace Masters also had a glow in their eyes. Silver hair, silver face, 16 or 17 years old. It really is him, Palace Master Yin Yu. Am I dreaming? I am actually fortunate enough to meet the legendary genius of the North Continent, Yin Yu. Mu Tianfang stared at Su Yu in disbelief. Su Yu's name had spread throughout the North Continent long ago. Especially during the battle at Anua City. Su Yu had fought against a group of geniuses alone, killing tens of thousands of geniuses. For example, Wei Tianchen of the Snow Listening Tower, the young masters of the 8 great ancient clans, and even an inspector of Immortal Realm Level 3 peak. Such a terrifying battle record had spread throughout the Phoenix area. Everyone knew of him. He had risen like a comet, piercing through the skies of the North Continent, becoming a legend pursued by countless people of the same generation. He had killed an Immortal Realm Level 3 peak at the age of 16. Such a talent that shocked the North Continent would become a legend that the future generations would not be able to surpass. Many people had crowned his talent as a legendary genius. Now that they had seen him in person, how could the patrol envoys not be shocked? Among them, the eyes of a few girls rippled and their hearts were revealed. Even Mu Tianfang became much more respectful in that instant. This was the legendary genius of the North Continent. He had already defeated an Immortal Realm Level 3 peak. Taking a deep breath, Mu Tianfang bowed apologetically. Greetings, Mr. Yin Yu. Please forgive us for the misunderstanding just now. Her attitude had changed by 180 degrees. Her suspicions of Su Yu were instantly dispelled. The reason was simple. When Palace Master Yin Yu was still at the Empire's sub-palace, the Phoenix Fort had already gone missing. Hence, this matter was definitely not Yin Yu's doing. Yin Yu had no time to argue. Even though this lady was rash, she could admit her mistake in time and take the initiative to apologize. It was just a misunderstanding, don't worry about it. Let me ask you, where did the person who reported me go? Su Yu asked. It was obvious that the person who reported Su Yu was problematic. Mu Tianfang's face turned red, feeling guilty and ashamed. It was her stubbornness that had delayed the opportunity. Patrol envoys, listen up. Search the entire city for the person who reported you. Spread his portrait throughout the Phoenix Fort. Do not make any mistakes. Whoosh whoosh whoosh, a group of patrol envoys followed the order and left. I have offended you today. I will take my leave. Mu Tianfang was too ashamed to face Su Yu, cupping her fists as she bid farewell. Wait. Su Yu called out to her, saying seriously, Leader Mu, may I ask where Madame Zhu Jing came from? Zhu Jing's master was the real culprit. Mu Tianfang was surprised. She was a female disciple of the Phoenix Cabinet and was once one of the 10 great Phoenix women. She was beautiful and had above-average potential. But she suddenly left the Phoenix Cabinet and married the Yarrow family's young master, Yarrow Ling. Why are you asking her? Could it be that Palace Master Yin Yu has heard of Madame Zhu's name even though he is in the sub-palace? The so-called Phoenix women were female disciples with great potential, similar to the ranking of the 10 great deputy palace masters. Su Yu shook his head. No, I am just asking. Zhu Jing was from the Phoenix Cabinet. Su Yu was shocked. She did not join the Yarrow family purely. What was her motive? After thinking for some time, Su Yu did not expose Zhu Jing's relationship with the master behind the disappearance cases. The reason was that Zhu Jing's identity was a little special. Without any evidence, It would be hard for the Phoenix Cabinet to believe that Zhu Jing was related to the disappearance cases. Thank you for telling me. That's right, I have another question. Su Yu was filled with anticipation. May I ask, how is Xiana doing in the Phoenix Cabinet? Mu Tianfang looked at Su Yu suspiciously. Xiana? The personal disciple of the Cabinet Master, the #1 Phoenix woman of the Phoenix Cabinet, Fengxian? What relationship does she have with you, calling her so intimately? #1 Phoenix woman, Fengxian? Su Yu froze. In just a year, Xiana had improved so quickly, becoming the #1 Phoenix woman. But he immediately understood. The mysterious constitution of the Phoenix of Death was something that even Yun Yazi envied. It was no small matter. Becoming the #1 Phoenix woman was a little exaggerated, but it was not impossible. After confirming that Fengxian was Qin Xiana, Su Yu finally heaved a sigh of relief, not hiding it. She is my fiancée. Oh, so she is your fiancée. Mu Tianfang nodded her head subconsciously. After that, her body trembled, her eyes as wide as copper bells. Her voice tripled in an instant, her voice shrill. What? You? She is your fiancée? Su Yu shrugged his shoulders. Why, can't I? Mu Tianfang's mouth opened wide, her eyes wide. She only regained her senses after a long time, hurriedly hiding her strange expression, staring at Su Yu in shock. No, it is just too unexpected. The pure and noble Fengxian actually has a fiancé? I've never heard of such a thing before. Xiana had already been molded into a pure and noble image. Su Yu could not help but smile. That lively and adorable little girl actually had such an image at that moment. It was fine as long as he was sure that she was safe. But after Mu Tianfang recovered from her shock, she could not help but hesitate. Is she really your fiancé? If that is the case, I'm afraid you are too late. What do you mean? Su Yu's heart sank, having a bad premonition. Mu Tianfang hesitated for a moment, full of sympathy. 3 days ago, the Cabinet Master organized a small blind date for Fengxian, and it was Fengxian who organized it.